Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 20th, 2025 Agenda Meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. My name is Katie Sieben. I'm the chair of the commission. I'll take the role now of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Present.
Commissioner Tuma.
I'll be present too.
A quorum is present, and we have our one agenda item up before us today. Mr. Stolpis, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. The only item today is docket number RP-24-67 in the matter of Xcel Energy's 2024 to 2040 Upper Midwest Integrated Resource Plan, and docket number CN-23-212 in the matter of Xcel Energy's competitive resource acquisition process for up to 800 megawatts of firm generation. The only comment I'll make is that there are alternative or new decision options that were filed by each commissioner, and those are in e-dockets, but I also have copies over on the table. One more filing was from Xcel yesterday that provided information in response to commissioner questions at Tuesday's hearing. And with that, I don't have
Mr. Sulpis, will you just outline what was the only late filings that we have, or the decision options, or are the ones filed by commissioners? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure everybody has everything. And then you just referenced Xcel's late filing, or it's not late because we asked for it Tuesday, but their filing from that is in the record. And are there copies of that available?
Yes, there are copies of that available as well. And I can get more if there's...
Can I have a printed off one, please?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Commissioners, we're all set with the filings? Great. My intentions here today, folks, is that we will kind of begin by going through the decision options that commissioners filed yesterday, and then commissioners can start with more general questions, thank you, that they have for the parties. And then we'll kind of see where we're at amongst the five of us on these alternative decision options, and then look at some point to Commissioner Hom to make an overall motion. We'll take a break to make sure parties have time to look at the overall motion, and then come back depending on how long we need, and then vote on that on one overall motion. But as usual, we'll have the opportunity for commissioners, if they want to make changes to the Commissioner Hom's motion, we can certainly slow down and do that. But hopefully that helps. That was the way I was thinking would be an efficient way to get through the day today. So if parties wanted to come forward, we'll begin with commissioner questions to the parties. Who would like to begin? What commissioner would like to begin? Commissioner Sullivan? Because we have a lot of parties, maybe we'll just take appearances as people are speaking or as you have questions, if that's okay. So
Sounds good. I'll just go to my decision option.
And do you want it put on the screen, Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, that would be great.
I don't know if.
And I just want
it's ready.
to ask the parties, since they've hopefully had the opportunity to review it. Personally, I feel like it's about 90% there. But there's a little part of me that is wondering if there's something that is missing or not. But I think this is close. This is right where my head is at for the most part. But I'd like to hear from the company, the department, the OAG, clean energy organizations, since you've had the opportunity to look at it, how do you feel about this? Obviously, to the company, we would be asking you to do something in pretty short order. And a question that I have for the company, just kind of preliminarily, is if this were to be adopted and included in the order, this would affect the rate case, and that would certainly affect the class cost of service that you have to do. And I'm wondering how the company can adjust to that and deal with that. So I'll just start with Mr. Dobson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sullivan, I think I
State your name for the record.
Sorry.
gosh, just said that. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. Only been doing this 15 years. I think I'll start by saying we're I think very comfortable with the overall concept that and what you're getting at, and we don't have any concerns with I think the direction this is going. We would ask for some tweaks to make it more workable. I think most of them wouldn't be any concern for you. Some of them, the timeline, we'd ask for a little more on that, but
Well, since I'm going to probably lose the other one, I'm going to go less time on this one. Just kidding.
That's going to be tricky, but I think and then the other general comment I would say is I just want to kind of reassure the commission.
Just a second, Mr. Dobson, sorry, we're just want to make sure that the folks online can hear us. We need a break. Do you know, like 5 minutes or more? Okay. Sorry for the interruption, but our technology is not cooperating, so the commission will stand in recess until 10:20 a.m.
Cyber attacks now.
Better a cyber attack than...
Our IT be so freaking bad. You know?
Welcome to WebEx. Press 1 to be connected.
I had this dumb like, what? Look on my face. You were intent on what you were doing.
The commission will come back from its longer recess than we intended, but we're working on the technology here, so hopefully everything is working now. And we'll go back to Commissioner Sullivan.
Okay, thank you, Chair Sieben. My question was for the company, and I think Mr. Dobson, who maybe was introducing himself or not, I'm not sure. But the question I had was their general overall thoughts on Sullivan Alternative 60A, and then I was interested in what the other folks thought about 60A as well. But I think Mr. Dobson, you were saying, you're generally okay with it, but you have some nips and tucks.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I'll just introduce myself again in case I didn't get caught. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. Let me just walk through the changes that we would suggest, and I can explain why. And I think, yeah, we have some edits that we'll pass out. The first one I can just get into is instead of 30 days, what we would ask for is 90 days from the commission's order in this matter. I think that's actually potentially going to save us time overall. And the reason is, I think if we have 30 days, if we take 30 days from today to file this, what you're inevitably going to get, what we're going to be able to put together is going to be some sort of outline, broad statement that's probably going to kick off some sort of process that may or may not be able to get into the rate case. What we would like to do is take the time in order to. I can't guarantee anything, but I think we think there's a much better chance that we could be able to make a filing in June, July that can be fulsome enough that we could also potentially put into the rate case. We could cross-file something into the rate case if we can get it there. Direct testimony from other parties in the rate case is due August 22nd. So we're on schedule. The other parties are going to be able to review this in the rate case. We could theoretically have a proposal out there. So that's why I think we'd like to take some more time on the front end to do it right. The second change, more of a technical change, and there's a lot of red, a lot of it's the same change throughout, is simply adding for new rate class or subclass. That just gives us some flexibility within the rate case on how to do it. The third change, changing data center to super large customers, just to make sure we're capturing them by load and not the type of work they do.
Would super large be defined as like larger than 100 megawatts, or would it be? Is there some type of threshold, or is it a operational?
I think in.
You know it when you see it, kind of thing.
I think that the way we're thinking of it is some sort of large capacity / energy consumer. So if it's a data center, or silly example, but we strike some mining operation within our service territory. I mean, some other type of large customer would be captured, and we're not working on what is the nature of the business, rather? What is the impact they're putting on the system? That's all we're trying to grab with changing that. And then the final one is, if you look down just above the bullet points, just adding that the proposed tariff must consider the following factors. That's simply to make sure that we're not being prescriptive here, but we would have. I think we would take that to mean these are the things we have to really look through as we're developing this, and what the commission would be considering as it evaluates this later on. But we're not sort of making the decision now of what it's going to look like.
Okay. So what I hear you saying is more is less. 90 days, not 30.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get you a better filing.
Okay. And then I hear also with, when you say subclass, can you just kind of unpack? I mean, are you, when you say subclass, are you meaning, what is, I'm just,
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Peterson with Xcel Energy. Commissioner Sullivan, a subclass, well, to back up a little bit, we have 4 major classes in our class cost of service study, and we've had those there since I think time began. So adding a new class itself is a large undertaking, and it's requires a lot of changes to 2 different models and so on and so forth.
okay.
But we may be able to leverage some logic that we already have in our models that is a subclass. For example, this type of load would fit in nicely into our demand class, which is where it sits right now. But within that demand class, we have subclasses already defined in logic, I believe, in our models. And so we'd like to take a look at that and see if we can make use of that instead of going through a large effort to get the same result, essentially.
So would a subclass provide the same, though, protection, the kind of the air gapping that I articulated on Tuesday and I'm concerned about?
Yes, it should provide, from a class cost of service perspective, it should provide the same transparency for the parties that want to take a look at the class cost of service study. It would allow us, to the extent that we're trying to direct assign a particular cost to this super large subclass, we can do that. It provides the same logic overall and the same results, if you will. Just in a form that we may already have in our models.
Okay. And then, thank you. That's helpful. And then regarding the language that you have there for considering the following factors, I understand that that's giving you some more flexibility. My concern, though, is that I want it to be very specific and tied to the resources that are available. So I'm thinking, and my feet are not necessarily in concrete on this, but I'll noodle on it some more, but the proposed tariff must consider the following factors. That's a change from my language, which was the proposed tariff must. I liked mine a little bit more, just because it was very specific rather than consider, where I don't want to admire the problem or admire the solutions. Not that you guys would do that, but I want it to be very clear what we're doing. So I might take your language and kind of work with it a little bit. And we'll see where we go with that. But then the last thing that I was going to say is that we have to tie it into the rate case, within 90 days. Maybe I would be a little bit more comfortable if we just put a date out there that tied in, 90 days. The order for this isn't going to be out for Mr. Graham.
My best.
90 days.
So, I mean, I'll come up with a date that I think is, okay. And then, I did have another question on my original amendment, but I did want to hear from the other parties to hear what they have to say.
Can I ask the company a question first? I'm trying to understand
Commissioner
what
Tuma.
they have in front of us. And I'm struggling with just removing the concept of data centers from the discussion, because that's what we're trying to get at. And so when you say super large load customers, that could be anybody. And I'm just thinking of the refinery I drive by every day down south of here. And they have flexible load now. They have a lot of different options they have. I think the problem I think you're getting at, Commissioner Sullivan, was we're on all the time and we need to be on all the time. And sorry, we got to build these big diesel generators behind it and what's going on here.
Right.
And so I don't know if we could still keep in some language that says we're talking about that so that we can distinguish it from like a large customer who has more flexibility. And so that's the thing I'm struggling with. I'd hate to have those people who are flexible have to pick up the cost for these guys who are inflexible. And I thought that's where you're getting at.
Yep.
So if you could kind of think about some terminology that we can make sure we're not losing sight of that.
And Commissioner Sullivan, your question is for now to the department first and
Department, I'll just go down the line. Mr. Gleckner and then Ms. Hinderly.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, the
state your name for the record,
sorry,
please.
Sydney Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I think the department generally likes to push the utilities to get things done in a reasonable timeline, but we agree here with the company that 90 days is going to result. This is a big This is a big problem, and we want to make sure that they're coming forward with something that's detailed enough that we can work with it. So I think the 90 days is probably an appropriate edit here. I think we would agree that having a little bit of definition around what this super large customer is to make sure that it is this very high load factor, quick to come on the system, high energy capacity user is appropriate. I think we agree with what the company is saying that maybe we don't want to define it exactly as data center so that it is more durable if other types of similar loads come on the system, but probably some more definition around that. And then I think otherwise we're fine with the changes. I understand the concern about requiring certain things are considered versus giving the company flexibility. I think there's value in being relatively prescriptive, but we could also, if those things are not, if we're not seeing what we want in the tariff filing, we can argue about it at that time. So I don't know that it matters a whole lot.
I mean, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, like, to the language, like, consider the following factors. I mean, maybe I'm open to it. I mean, the backstop is the state statutes. So, I mean, which is a pretty hard backstop last time I checked. Okay. I did have another, thank you, Dr. Lieb.
Can I, before you go off, Dr. Lieb, so, and Commissioner Sullivan, I'm just trying to, you were asking Dr. Lieb if she supports the changes that Xcel proposed, but do we want to hear more about her underlying position on your original decision option, or you think I guess, Dr. Lieb, I just want you to articulate whether you think Sullivan Alternative 68, even without the changes that you just described, if you think it's a good idea, and also what about the relation to the existing rate case that Commissioner Sullivan asked about?
Thanks, Chair Sieben. The department's supportive of either 60A or the Xcel modified 60A. I think we're all in agreement that treating these types of loads as a new customer type is appropriate, and that we should explore how we want to do that. I think if the timing works to get something that is sufficient and robust and well thought out ahead of the rate case, that timeline makes sense.
That it could essentially, the decisions that would be made in this tariff filing would then roll into the existing rate case.
Yes, I think that's fine. I think we also might want to think about how this is obviously only going to affect Xcel, so we probably want to think about how we make sure that this is applying to other utilities, because
we're not going to do
this is
that
happening
today
across the footprint.
Mm-hmm.
in my estimation.
Yeah,
that's
no,
not
I
legit.
was thinking, from my perspective, I do appreciate the point, Dr. Lee, but I was assuming the other utilities are going to be watching and recognize that this is a,
Right. I think that's obviously true, but just flagging, we'll have to think about how we do it for others. This is not an Excel only problem.
okay, that's helpful. Since we talked about the date, what about like June 15th, June 16th? I think June 15th might be a Sunday, so June 16th, Monday.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that was actually what I was going to suggest, but, so there you go.
Okay, so then May 15th. So June
thought
15th
maybe
is.
I heard wrong and I panicked it for a small moment. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I'll make that change to June 16th, and then thank you. Okay, Mr. Gleckner.
Madam Chair, Alan Gleckner with Fresh Energy on behalf of the Clean Energy Organizations. Very okay with the concept here and understand the importance of doing it. I'm hesitant to get too detailed here, but one thing that I put on the table to add here is including in this analysis something that looks at the flexibility of the customer. There's a recent analysis that just came out showing that if data centers can achieve like even a little bit more flexibility, it could offset the need for like a whole new generator, perhaps, So, and
That's
these
a
might
good
have
flag.
substantial backup on site. So there could be some optimization there. So I think even just the part where you say the demand response necessary, if it's demand response from the customer or other customers as part of that analysis, just so there's a look of like, hey, if you could be like 3% more flexible, we
That's
might
a good
need way less
flag.
resources. So
Yeah.
just something where that's considered.
That's. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Hinderly.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan. We're supportive of your alternative 60A. A couple points on Xcel's revisions. June 15th actually seems a little late to me if we're trying to get this into the rate case, and if the goal is for the consumer advocates and the other interveners to be able to really work it into their analysis and direct. If the first time we're getting the filing comes on June 15th, and that's the first time we kind of see the parameters of what this new rate class looks like, even if we were able to review it within 48 hours and get discovery out, I anticipate rerunning class cost of service models takes time. That's something we often receive requests for extensions on from utilities, and I think that makes it tough. So if we can even get a couple extra weeks, pushing it to June 1st or a little earlier, and I don't
but
remember
that-
whether that's
Miss-
a Sunday.
Ms. Hinderly, just sorry to interrupt, but to your point, like this is just when they're filing it too. This doesn't even mean that the commission would make decisions on it. So I don't know,
Right.
Commissioner Sullivan, how you think that would work, but I'm trying to, if we are trying to back it into the rate case, like it should be sooner rather than later, so that then the commission can come back and see what the filing says and make a decision about the parameters of it. So we want to be like making a decision by June 15th, essentially, right? Sorry, I'm
No.
interrupting, but go
I
ahead.
need to.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, I think if the intention is to work it into the class cost of service study in the current rate case, which is for 2025 and 2026, which granted, a lot of this load, I think, I don't know the exact timelines, but, we're probably talking about 2027. I'm foreseeing our class cost of service analysts getting a little stressed about that timeline, and I don't think any of us want to push out the rate case and interim rates any longer. So I think getting the information, I agree that we don't want to get a half-baked idea from Xcel, certainly, but ensuring that we have enough time if the intent is to push this into the rate case to do that. Otherwise, being clear that maybe we need more time and maybe shoving it into the rate case isn't the best idea. But
Sorry, and I know I'm hijacking your decision
No, this
option
is
here,
fine.
but
It's fine.
Commissioner Sullivan, is the idea that the results that the commission would determine from the filing, that it would only fold into the rate case, or that we would come back and make a specific decision on the filing and then it would fold into the rate case eventually? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to think, and maybe Xcel with your alternative. The question to you is, how do you think the language you proposed with June or May or something, like how does the filing then, does the commission make a decision on this and then it folds into the rate case, or how do you think the logistics of it work?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I think at this moment it's having kind of looked at it for a day, what we're trying to do is get us to a place where we could be able to file it in the rate case ahead of direct testimony. And what we're trying to avoid is a scenario where we're bringing something to you that is an idea outside of the rate case, and you're wanting to get in the rate case, but then we have a comment period and a decision doesn't come until well after direct testimony, and then we can't get it in the rate case.
So
we're trying to get enough time so that we can get something in that we theoretically might be able to
So
file.
the new docket could run concurrently with the rate case, and there's basically a placeholder in the rate case for it. And if it ends up looking like it's a terrible idea, it gets pulled out of the rate case. If it ends up looking like, nope, this is actually the right thing to do, then that placeholder gets populated with the good idea that comes out of the docket, right?
That's Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that is a path that we can take.
Why? Okay.
It makes it, I think it's going to make it.
I heard Ms. Hinderly say just a couple weeks. I'm trying to, balance here. I understand. And I do appreciate the company's point that, we got to make sure that we get it right. I am a strong believer in measuring before you cut, and sometimes 2 times as well. So, I would be comfortable with June 1st. I don't know if, Ms. Hinderly, you said a couple weeks. That's 2 weeks.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Sullivan, I think June 1st is definitely preferable. Like any more time we can get is good,
Okay.
But I would just say if the goal is to put it in the rate case, I think that your point about must include the factors becomes really important. Xcel can file testimony saying, here's the proposal with all the requirements from the commission. We don't think all of them are a good idea. That's fine, but we want to get a proposal in there with some parameters so that we have something to work with. Otherwise, I'm concerned that what we're going to get is, here's our proposal, and we don't really have good record development on a lot of things that Xcel doesn't necessarily agree with from the get-go. So I think, really having some parameters around what the proposed tariff must include, understanding that Xcel can include a proposal and say, we don't like all these provisions of this proposal. They can be
And
clear
they can be
about
pulled
that.
out.
Yeah, and then they can
So
be pulled
the
out
initial
later.
proposed tariff must include the following factors. That doesn't mean that the final agreed upon thing is going to. That's what you're.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Sullivan, yeah, I think that would
that's
be
right, too.
you could say initial proposed tariff.
I
Do you think it should only,
I think
Ms.
that's right.
Hinderly, do you think it should only be in the rate case? Because if you're running it concurrently, I'm just trying to figure out logistically how that works. Like the commission is not part of the rate case right now. It's as everyone knows, it's at the OAH, and we would be dependent on parties including the department, obviously, to kind of like what Xcel files into the rate case, then you're the ones who are kind of making that determination, and then it will come back to us when the rate case finally comes back to us. If you have it concurrent, in my mind, you're doing your rate case thing. We're waiting for you to get that done, and then concurrently there's a new docket, and if we start like bringing that up and making decisions in the new docket, it feels like it could get kind of messy. So I'm not trying to like argue against this. I just want to understand what everybody thinks is the cleanest way for the commission to be able to work this out. That because I'm supportive of the overall concept, I'm just trying to think through the logistics here with you.
Chair Steven, I think you bring up a really good point. I think it's extremely challenging for parties in the rate cases to have issues kind of be happening elsewhere that then get pulled in later. I think we've seen that a couple times in recent rate cases that have been on a longer timeline, like Xcel's is. And there are some kind of evidentiary and responsive problems that come with it. So if we're getting a decision from the commission that say even, let's just say the hypothetical Xcel files this proposed tariff in the rate case and a concurrent commission docket, say, after rebuttal, the commission makes a decision that fundamentally changes some of these parameters, then we really only have a surrebuttal period to address that in, and that becomes really challenging. So I think from my perspective, either it should be in the rate case and in the rate case, or outside of the rate case, with the understanding that these classes aren't going to come in until 2027, probably.
Dr. Lieb from the department, what do you think about that exchange, and what's your feeling on it, since you're obviously, your folks are big on the rate case?
Chair Sieben, I think the department's position is, in general, that if we're going to do this, we should make sure we're doing it in a way that is robust, good policy, and is fleshing out the issues as well as they need to be, to make sure that we're defining a completely new customer class is not a minor thing. I also understand that these things are coming online very quickly, and that there is a need to move quickly here. But I think the departments, I think we share the concern that sort of stuffing this into the rate case is going to make it hard for getting the right folks' attention on it, making sure that we have a robust enough discussion. I think if there's a way to make sure that we're doing it in a reasonable timeline and that it's being implemented outside of the rate case, that might be a better option. So I think we're in agreement there.
Is that what you were suggesting, Ms. Hinderly? Because I also heard your concern that, or your support of having it go in the rate case so that your testimony can reflect it and help, build the metrics that Commissioner Sullivan is really trying to get at, that, the costs, all the things that it says here. So,
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, I think we're really struggling here with getting it right. Rate cases are hard for all stakeholders to participate in, right? It's a big lift. It often requires hiring an expert witness, so you are going to limit the number of parties who can have input into this in all likelihood. At the same time, I think we have concerns to the extent that we don't get it worked out soon enough that we're going to have super large customers that aren't in the right rate class for a period of time. So balancing those considerations, I'm not trying to be totally flippant here, but if we have a 1 year test year of 2025, it makes this a lot easier. The 2025-2026 multi-year is what's making this complicated, I think. But not knowing what timeline Xcel expects these customers to come online, I think is also making it complicated here. And if that's in the record, I think it might be not public, so I'm just not familiar with it. So I think we're really struggling to try to find a path forward in a way that can have the most input from all parties, but that can also prevent risks to ratepayers. And I can say, I haven't talked to our class cost of service analyst about this yet. I'm sure
I think
they wouldn't be jazzed to have it in the rate case. So I think there's some appeal to doing it outside
Mr. Dobson,
They would be or wouldn't be?
Mr. Dobson, I want to hear what the company thinks after this exchange. What's the cleanest way for us to effectuate Commissioner Sullivan's decision option?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll start by saying we understand the concerns that they are raising about putting it into the rate case. I agree that is a difficult path. We tried to come up with a way to do that. I think it's
in the rate case.
Yes, in how we could get this into the rate case. I will say, I think Ms. Hinderly is right that the chance of any data center. You've approved a data center that has its own ESA. The chance of us getting others within 25 or 26 is extremely low. Just if we were to sign one and they were going to just to build the facilities, they're not going to be coming online until after this current rate case. And so if parties feel more comfortable moving this outside of the rate case and then incorporating a decision into a future rate case, we're absolutely fine with that.
You could also withdraw your rate case.
Yeah. That won't be the answer. But so we're comfortable going there, and then yes, we could theoretically make a shorter a filing sooner because it wouldn't have to come with testimony and class cost.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to do all of that on the front end. But I think that's the decision that is a tough one. But that
I think the thing that you said that makes sense to me, and I don't know if you agree, Commissioner Sullivan or the other commissioners, but if there's already not going to be an additional data center, most likely coming online into Xcel's service territory during the length of that, we're going to make a decision on in the rate case, it might be best just to have it in a new docket. We make decisions in that, and then proceed that way. But I don't know if that is.
Well, I understand, but what if Xcel doesn't file a rate case for another 5 years?
Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that's a possibility. I think what I would say is the model that we are under currently is we have brought you ESAs when we sign a data center, and I understand that you want to look at this holistically, but whatever analysis comes out of this docket could presumably be applied as we're bringing an ESA forward. It would just be outside of, wouldn't be within a rate case. So you're going, and as when we brought the last one, the one that's being constructed in Rosemont, what we do in that analysis is a lot of the things that are provided here. We have an incremental cost test. We do a lot of analysis to make sure that adding this customer isn't, other customers aren't subsidizing that customer or taking that risk. And so I think we can still go down that path of making sure individual data centers aren't causing those issues, and the analysis from this could inform those individual filings if we don't have a rate case.
So, okay,
And Commissioner Sullivan, we could also always call Xcel in for a rate case if we make decisions, for example, in the side docket, and it's like apparent that they need to come in for a rate case. Although that does not sound like a fun idea to me. It is something
after you
like,
just asked them to pull their rate case.
yeah, but I mean, if we need to correct
Yeah.
the decisions that are made as a result of large data centers coming online, like we're not totally dependent on waiting for Xcel to file. There are like procedural steps that the commission could take to attempt to correct and to fold in the results of the data center docket into their rate structure. I mean,
So if you, so if you were to, say, decide not to file a rate case for 5 years after the resolution of the current rate case, and you have, Xcel has said that in the next 7 years, 2,300 megawatts of new databases are going to come online. So, or that's the number that's in the public that you've indicated that been in recent, Star Tribune stories and whatnot. But say that comes online and those data centers are operating under ESAs. Once the new rate case is filed, they're going to have to track over into the new sub rate or the new rate for themselves. And there's going to be, that's going to shake out. There's going to be an impact to that. It's not going to be just a seamless transition. But if we were to do a different docket, Xcel is going to be incentivized to minimize the tracking over into the new rate class. Do you know what I mean? So, is it effective? Well, I guess the question is are you going to negotiate in those ESAs effectively with what the tariff that is the outcome of the process will be? Do you know what I mean? I can't tell from your facial expression if I'm articulating it or not.
Commissioner Sullivan, I don't know that I'm totally following that. I guess in my mind, what I keep going back to is with these large data center customers, we're bringing those ESAs forward, and so.
But are those ESAs going to look like this? Do you know what I mean? Whatever we agree on in this docket.
I think, well, there's a couple pieces. We might be bringing forward a data center before this is complete, and then you're going to have to review that, how you
Right.
review it. Obviously, if you've made a decision, and I don't know what that decision is going to look like, but I'm imagining the decision is going to speak to these 5 points to one degree or another, and then, and maybe some others, like what Mr. Kleckner noted, and then we're going to have to, if there isn't a rate case, there isn't a general tariff out there, then we're going to have to bring, we're going to have to bring you contracts and explain to you how they align, or to the instance that they don't, why they don't align with the decisions you've made, and why that contract with that data center is in the public interest. I think that's sort of, as I see it, again, that's all the backstop that we've got to, if we don't file a rate case, in 5 years, as you say.
Is the language that we just were talking about, the Xcel modified alternative 60A, that, it looks to me like that doesn't, it just says new docket too. It doesn't say anything about folding it into the rate case, correct?
Madam Chair, the last sentence of the paragraph talks about how it could be incorporated
Oh,
into the current
okay.
rate case.
So if, in the interest of just like keeping moving here, I don't know how Commissioner Sullivan feels about this, but we have to make a decision and keep getting on to all the other decisions to make. So I'm fine if the parties are okay with it, keeping the proposal in a new docket and then not making a decision about the rate case now. And then Commissioner Sullivan, whatever, date you landed on, I'm good with. They're going to file something. It's going to be in a separate docket just for Xcel. We're going to talk about the issues. Well, at some point, there'll be notice and comment so everybody can weigh in, and then the commission will make a decision. I don't know when. It doesn't really say. I think that we're sort of, whenever we make the decision, we'll be mindful of the existing rate case and could then make a decision about the rate case too. So I don't know if that works for you, Commissioner Sullivan, but I think that might be a way just to keep this ball rolling here.
I want to think about it some more and talk to staff. So whenever we have a break, I'll do that.
Can we do you want to just move on to your next
Yep.
topic?
And then that one will be quick.
We'll have time to,
Yep.
we can go back to the parties too about that idea or
Okay.
concept too.
Yep, that'll be quick. And and this might actually be better after Commissioner Partridge talks about her decision options. But my thinking was I can read a room, and I know that people were not crazy about my 1 year, the filing for the next IRP, but my concern still stands that if we have data centers coming, that we could be taxing the resources that we have on the system and not, and outside, we're ahead of our planning. So my thinking is it would be an alternative to what I said the other day, where if Xcel's demand forecast comes back, or if under Commissioner Partridge's idea, if it shows that the demand forecast deviates, is 5% or more higher than what the forecast was, then they would have to approve an IRP, or then they would have to file a new IRP within 6 months. So that was my way to try to get at the not wanting to slow down on IRPs. I don't know what the company thinks, but.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan. I think I guess I appreciate the efforts that you went to moderate this from the 1 year. I think it's still going to be really difficult, and there's sort of a technical reason and some conceptual reasons, and I can go through that. The technical reason is when we get to Commissioner Partridge's decision option, one component of what that would ask for, particularly are the emissions from our plant, we don't have internally even until sort of April-ish. And so I was going to make a proposal on that one to make that filing in June. And what that then means is 6 months from June of 26, you're into
spot.
December, and that's kind of when we would be filing anyways.
Okay.
The more, I think the other sort of conceptual issues that I just kind of want to reinforce is we did put some flexibility into the settlement, specifically with respect to change in circumstances and being able to bring in filings for resources, and that's in the statutes and the rules. I mean, that's already there, but we reinforce that into the settlement to say if something comes on, and like we just said, I would be, I'm not imagining a large customer like that coming on in 26 that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can come in and make a filing to address the resource needs of that customer. So I think between the two of those, again, appreciate the willingness to work on this. We would still oppose this decision option.
Okay. Good.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I just wanted to note that I was thinking the timing would probably be June-ish because the energy efficiency data is also reported in April. And so I don't think they would be able to report on at least a couple of these until mid-year.
Do you want to move into your language then, Commissioner Partridge, and
Sure.
ask any questions you want about that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Sieben. For the company and parties and the department, OAG, everybody, I'll just go down the line. So starting with the new decision option 80 for this compliance filing, does the company have any concerns about reporting? And I want to just note that the staff helped to formulate this so that it would be an ongoing compliance filing, not just in this IRP, but in future IRPs.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge. The only comment I had was what I just made, that we would add by June 1 in the first sentence right before 2026.
Great. That seems reasonable to me. Department and other parties, if they have anything.
No concerns.
Great. Excellent. All thumbs up.
Your first decision option, Commissioner Partridge, was really smooth.
Home run. All right. So I had a decision option on revised 32, but recognized that I think all of us or most of us had some language around a soft cap. So I don't know, Chair, if you want to wait for that or.
No, I think that is a good point. So if we're moving on then to, should we talk first about Lyon County? Because that is what yours is specific to. And then there was, Commissioner Tuma has stuff on Lyon County and Commissioner Hom does. So why don't you start and then we'll move into the Lyon County stuff.
Great. So I want to just provide some context for what my proposal here is. So in the original decision options, or at least the whatever version we were working off of on Tuesday, the OAG had two proposals. One was number 32, one was number 33. Number 32 was a hard cap on Xcel-owned projects. Number 33 was a soft cap on non-utility owned projects. So my attempt here was to take number 32 and turn that into more of a soft cap. And then my proposal would have been to also adopt number 33 so that there were soft caps with some very clear parameters around the types of expenses and the justification that would be necessary for any increase in bids. And I called out Lyon County specifically because the cost that Xcel proposed for Lyon County changed, not in the interest of ratepayers. And so this both requires that the company explain why those costs went up, and then also would require a justification for any future increases in the cost. And I'll just stop there. I think there's many iterations trying to do a similar thing here.
And Mr. Dobson, please answer Commissioner Partridge's question, but then also reflect on what you filed. I think what you said is, for Lyon County, you're willing to do a joint CN and site permit process too, so that all kind of fits together here.
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge. It might help to start with that issue. Yeah, I think, obviously we took the legal position that we don't need a CN. We still stand by that, but I think, as we're reflecting over the last couple of days, we understand, why the commission, may want to do a CN anyways. But like we laid out, in order to get this unit online by December of 2028, we're going to have to make some very significant outlays of money very soon. And so as I kind of read how the commission was thinking, and kind of reflected on what it would mean to approve the settlement, but also move into a CN, I think that it gives us enough confidence to say, if the commission is approving the settlement that includes Lyon County, then it is prudent for us in this environment to begin acting upon that, and to begin to outlay that money. And with that understanding, we're comfortable kind of making that commitment and going into a certificate of need process in order to make sure that the commission, has the process it wants. So then going to Commissioner Partridge's decision option, I think there's a variety of different option 32s out there. I think, we have, I think we're comfortable with them in general. I think for this one, I would make two suggested changes. One, to reflect what I just discussed, is that on the fourth line, which says, costs included in this docket, and I would just add, or in a certificate of need proceeding, if that's the way.
Yeah, I think we'll kind of mess with the language ourselves a little bit, but with the understanding that you're agreeing to file a certificate of need petition pursuant to Minnesota Statute 216B.243 jointly with the site permit. And I think that in effect will marry those two things up. And so if the commission decides to approve the settlement, which I'm supportive of, then it will give you the assurance that you can go forward and make those capital outlays, but will also be relying on the company to file the CN to show some of the cost justifications that were incurred. So, and I think that is consistent with Commissioner Partridge's language and some of what the other commissioners filed too. So we can, I'm just trying to say, I think we're all headed in the right direction here. I'm not, and we'll rely on staff maybe to help pull it together.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, when I look at the different iterations, kind of did the old side-by-side last night, and I like Commissioner Partridge's outline, so I think that's what we should work off of. I missed the fact that 33 was there, and now that makes sense. I was thinking of just pushing up the other programs into 32, but 33 already is a soft cap. I think when you look at the differences, though, between them, and I just want to be very clear.
Between Partridge and which one?
And some of the other ones. I'm just
Okay.
just pointing out some of the differences. And I want to, and it goes to this, the certificate of need question, which I think is a separate question. We can deal with how we do that later. And I'm very comfortable with Commissioner Wickwan's approach, so long as we get some language of why we're doing a certificate of need. It's not just a no-go or go. A lot of things we do with certificate of needs are, what is the broader impact on the community, and what are mitigations that we can do. And so that's what I see the benefit of a CN is, allowing the community that's going to be impacted to have that broader discussion with you and with us. But that set aside, just looking at 32 as it sits, I like the fact that she has picked the soft cap number, which obviously moves around because it's a soft cap, but nonetheless, she makes it very distinct that the soft cap number is the number you have in this docket now. Where mine was, do the CN and give us an updated number, and that would have been the soft cap number. We would have developed the soft cap in the CN. So I want to be careful not to conflate that. I think what I like about where Commissioner Partridge is going is she's setting it now. I might ask her to just have, it says, when you seek recovery, I would say also when you file your CN, give us an update. But so you do it at both times, when you seek recovery and when you do the CN, give us an update on the cost. But the cap that we're working off of, where you have to show to us why it's different, would be the number that's in this docket now. And that's the way I read
Original
this.
number.
Right. I've already had the number, can't say it because it's trade secret, but it's in this docket. That's the number we work from for the soft cap. And so I want to be very clear, is that your understanding? And that's why I think I like hers better than mine.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Toomey, that's my understanding of the difference between yours, and I think what to be clear, what I suggested right now was moving to your your proposal on that issue, and I think
To Tuma's proposal or Partridge?
the amendment that I just proposed to Commissioner Partridge's would incorporate what he just discussed about his proposal of setting the cap at the CN. And I think I understand sort of where you're coming from on wanting to use the cap that we currently have. I think
Wait, just a second.
Sorry.
I think you're confusing us, but maybe I'm the confused one. I thought that Commissioner Tuma was agreeing with the soft cap number that is trade secret, or the original bid.
Yes.
That's for Lyon County.
Yep.
And Commissioner Tuma was saying he supports Commissioner Partridge's language on the updated, where does it say? The ratepayer recovery is capped at the updated costs included in this docket for each individual project, unless you show that the updated bid is okay. So, Commissioner Tuma, tell me again what, I'm confused now more than I thought. So you're saying you support Commissioner Partridge's language.
It's
I thought you were saying you were
confused because that's what I was trying to clarify, what he just said when he was talking about my language and the CN language. And so he is saying he likes my language better.
Yeah, but what do you like?
I like Commissioner Partridge's language better now that I understand it.
Okay.
Why that got confusing.
And then, Mr. Dobson, you still like Commissioner Tuma's language, or you?
Yeah. I'll try to, we hit on why that got confusing. Let me sort of back up and say, I guess the first point I want to make, I'm going to try to do this without adding confusion, but as I'm interpreting Commissioner Partridge's decision option, is that would be capped at the updated bid cost that we put in at the end of the proceeding, not the original. I just want to make sure that that's out there. What we would propose, and what the language that I suggested to amend, would be to apply the soft cap if you are going forward with a certificate of need to the cost of the certificate of need. And our thinking on that is simply that when we bring forward the certificate of need, then you're going to be reviewing those costs, I mean, that will be a proposal with the costs and everything about it to determine whether that's reasonable. So it made sense to us to apply the cap to the CN. That's
The key there is we're really not going to analyze those cap questions until you come to recovery at some point in a future rider or a rate case. We'll be assessing those then. And so it's just a question about whether the number is going to be what it is in the record now, or likely a little bit higher at the CN, which sounds like it's only going to be a few months from now when you file it. So I think it's probably insignificant because it is a soft cap. It's a number to work from. And so
Wait.
that's why I'm supportive of Commissioner
Okay,
Partridge's.
and let me just explain it the way my mind is thinking about what just happened to make sure you agree. There's a original bid for Lyon County that was $3. I'm just making it up.
sure.
And then there was an updated bid for Lyon County that Commissioner Partridge is referencing that is $4. The Commissioner Partridge language would say you can use the $4 number for the soft cap amount in the CN. And then, you know, the company still bears the burden to show that the $4 number is just and reasonable and all the other things that happen in a CN docket. But if we're picking the higher $4 number now, the commission, the burden is not on the company as much as if we would have picked the original bid number. And I think, like, I can be okay with that. I just want to make sure that that's everyone's understanding of what we're talking about. Is that
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Commissioner Partridge? Sorry to interject so much.
No, Chair Stephen, you described it as I had intended. So the idea is there is some record in this docket to explain why it went from 3 to 4, but they'll need to provide that justification when they seek cost recovery, why it's not 3 anymore, it's 4. And then there is a somewhat higher burden for you to explain if it were to go to $5, you know, why did it go to $5? And I do want to just say, this is intended to recognize that the market is very dynamic and that we are in a very uncertain time with costs due to a number of factors, not least of which are, you know, tariffs and the potential for impending trade wars. So I don't want to stick it to you because these are outside of your control, but I want to make sure that we are creating a really high bar for the burden of proof so that we are being prudent with ratepayer dollars. And Chair Seaman, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to see if Ms. Henderly has an opinion on this. And
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge. I think we really appreciate your support for kind of the structure we laid out, and for providing, you know, just some updates on when it's seeking cost recovery. I think we agree with you and Commissioner Tuma that we want the updated bids to be what we're looking at for the soft cap, and that they'll have to prove any increase to that. I think my concern with Xcel's change is I don't want to see this going from $3 to $4 and then to $5 or $6 in the CN. You know, which, while it is a CN, I think we all know that there's a likelihood of it being approved potentially with modifications. And so if those substantial increases are there in the CN, I still want to make sure that the cost recovery standpoint, ratepayers are getting the assurance that these increased costs were due to events outside of Xcel's control, you know, kind of dollar for dollar rather than kind of generalized, you know, trade wars type market type explanation. So I think we're comfortable with what you've laid out here and appreciate it, but support the updated bids being used, that they have to prove that rather than the CN amount being used, just because we don't know what that number is. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great.
Madam Chair, and then one of the other differences that I've seen in the 4 that were dancing around was the kind of the burden of proof on the company. You had clear and convincing. I went back and tried to figure out where that came from, and it did come from their most recent cap, which was the advanced meter docket that we had a whole bunch of caps in there, and that's where that language popped in. I've seen use of substantial in other ones, I don't know if it really matters all that much, Miss Hinderly. That's kind of when I sat there and I thought about it last night. If it stinks, like a rotten sock under my kid's bed, I'm going to take it out and put it in the wash. I mean, I think that's the key here, is that if it smells bad, we're going to take it up, whether it's substantial or clear convincing. It's going to be kind of our call to say, wait a minute, something's going on, and whether they have to prove clear and convincing or substantial, to me,
It's not as big of a deal because we're doing a CN too, proceeding. Right,
So-
Ms. Hinderly?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I think our advocacy for clear and convincing is really to recognize the extraordinary nature in which these come before you. This is a bidding process that substantially changed throughout the course of the 23-212 docket to what you have here today. So we wanted to emphasize that the information that they have to be coming forward with is extremely convincing, that because we don't have the procedural safeguards that we felt were important.
Ms. Hinderly, you're
So-
getting a CN proceeding, so let's not belabor this too much. Maybe, I don't mean to cut you off, but Commissioner Tuma, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on
I
it
don't
if
think
we're
so
already
either. I just wanted to
deciding
make
that the
sure I
company's
understood what
okay
her
with the
arguments
CN.
were. And, I'm happy with clear and convincing. I think but what she's stating, what I understand you're stating, you're basically putting a strong exclamation point behind "we're watching you" is what I see.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I do want to emphasize that while we're getting a CN proceeding for Lyon County, we do still have a concern about the PPAs coming back. And my understanding of
We're not
Commissioner.
talking about that right now, Ms. Hinderly, so let's just keep moving,
Well, it's in both.
Commissioner.
It's in both. I just wanted to make sure I understood
Thank you.
the definition of why she wanted clear and convincing over substantial. I have no problem with either, to be honest with you, but I think we're going to take it up either way, but I wanted to hear her argument why clear and convincing in both of the particular recoveries was
And
helpful, but if you don't want to go there right now.
You don't want to, I guess what I'm saying is Commissioner, I thought we were getting agreement around Commissioner Partridge's revised 32.
Absolutely for it.
And I don't see clear and convincing in that. And now you're saying you want to hear if that goes in? Oh, I guess it does. Xcel shows by clear and convincing evidence that, and then it says.
Yeah, Commissioner Partridge and I both grabbed the clear and convincing language. We have used substantial in other situations, so I just wanted to understand why the difference. And I'm fine with either because I'm going to take it up either way. Like I said, if it's not good, it's not good, and we're going to deal with it, regardless of what their burden of proof is.
But Xcel said they were okay with Partridge revised 32 too. So
That was the next
it's
question.
going to be fine. So Commissioner Sullivan.
I guess the question is, I thought I was understanding Commissioner Partridge's decision option, and then this conversation is confusing me.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's not okay. That's fine. We're going to do a certificate of need, and if that certificate of need shows a higher number, doesn't the certificate of need lead the way?
Yeah, Xcel has the burden to show
Right.
why the costs were reasonable.
So then what's the problem?
I don't know. That's what
Okay.
I'm trying to
Okay, I'm not
keep
confused. Okay.
There is no problem. There is just two different.
I
There's
wasn't-
just two different words.
I wasn't picking at you at all. I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't feel that way. There was just two different definitions. One was substantial, one was clear and convincing. I don't care either way it goes. I like clear and convincing, but I don't think it really says anything of significance.
How about beyond a reasonable doubt?
I think that's a good too.
How about my
attorneys that are?
How about my idea of having everyone file their decision options is kind of confusing, huh? But if we're still working off of Partridge revised 32, then Commissioner Hom, your language on Lyon County is slightly different from that, but it's similar. And I was wondering if you had any questions or feel comfortable with moving in the direction for Lyon County cost recovery with the Partridge language, which I think, if I'm following, we would also incorporate in the language about the date or the filing of the CN with the site permit. But I'm just trying to keep us moving towards resolution. If you go ahead, though.
Okay, thank you, Chair Stephen. I was going to modify my modified option 1, using your 32,
My 32?
yep, and then Commissioner Tuma's 24D. So, for example, in the condition A, I was going to propose replace the first sentence with the Commissioner Tuma's 24D, and then replacing my B with your 32.
Okay, and will you briefly, or because you're following this better than I am, explain what you think that would do so parties can follow? So we'd be approving the settlement and then adding in Commissioner Tuma's alternative 24D to
Replace on the first sentence of my A.
and essentially what
Keep
that
your
would,
second sentence, right?
Yeah, keep the second sentence.
Good, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, because I want to give company more comfortable situation to order or the payment for the CT turbine. So that's why I want to keep that second sentence. And then for the B, I think it'll cover both CN and non-CN resource. So that's why we need this B with
Your B.
your language.
my B.
No, your 32.
My 32, just for everyone purposes, was attempting to say the thinking was we're doing the CN for Lyon County, but this is like a soft cap language that would apply to all the other bids that were selected. So it would go beyond just Lyon County. It would say Xcel has to show after when the cost recovery proceedings come through, wherever your selected bids are going to be, that you're going to have to demonstrate if it's in the next rate case or in the rider filing that your costs were prudent. And so it's a soft cap. It's a soft cap in the interest of ratepayers for the other projects that were selected outside of Lyon County, just so.
Your soft cap is essentially the same as Commissioner Partridge. I don't see it any different. It's just Commissioner Partridge uses more words, as I do. And then again, it's a substantial evidence, which I don't think is significant whatsoever. So, I mean, I think they're all the same when you really boil them down.
I mean, that was a proposal, because I'm not a lawyer. I try to make language as simple as possible for the non-lawyer. And then I try to accommodate everybody's, I think, suggestion in the same direction. So I'm going to suggest to modify first line of this between 2024 and subject 2. I insert with modification and so we can accommodate other options within the different decision option. That way we can skip a lot of decision options if you go with the one with the modification rather than we pick and choose all those numbers. If you go in that route, we have to pick like a 28 different numbers. Rather than that, we just approved settlement with the modification and subject to this condition. So that's what I was going to go.
Right, and I think in the interest of making sure that before we ask parties if they're supportive of that direction, perhaps Commissioner Hom, we should get that language put together by staff, and then we could come back, put it on the screen, and then ask parties if they think that works. Is that
that works.
And that would be just for, again, like we're just talking about here, taking a break to like kind of pull out which language works for Lyon County and the other projects with the soft cap, right?
Madam Chair, I just have a question for WIC 1 on the Lyon County. On your C, you have 30 days after operation. I think the way that Commissioner Sieben and Commissioner Partridge and I kind of envisioned it, at least the way I read it and from the record, is that we don't deal with it until there's an actual cost recovery docket. So I don't know what benefit we're getting by saying you got to come back in X amount of days. So help me out. What was your thinking there?
I heard from the OAG, and then I understand department a lot of time having trouble with the time. If everything comes during the rate case, they may not have enough time to evaluate this. So that's why I want to give them head start with getting this information ahead of time. So given their time schedule, they can evaluate this before rate case, so they don't have to rush through this information during the rate case. That's what I'm trying to accommodate their concern.
So you're just saying it's like a compliance filing, so we're not going to take it up for actual cost recovery. Okay, that's where I was confused.
Yeah, it is purely to help department and OAG had a head start on this issue.
Great sense now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Hom, one more time, what you've just heard is your proposal that you'll work with staff now. Walk through it one more time.
So I will try to edit my first line between 2024 and subject. I will insert with modifications, and so that gives me the flexibility to accommodate other commissioners. And then I will replace first sentence of A exactly with the TUMA 24D. And then I will replace whole B with 732.
32A.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
In this approach, I can consider Commissioner Partridge's 32 alternative and TUMA 3132 alternative in this framework.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, if you were to replace that 30B with 32A, then you would, if you were to go with my language, you'd have to put in 33 also, or combine it into one. Just FYI, and I think they do the same thing, so.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's why
Yeah.
we have to work it out.
Okay.
So to give that flexibility, I want to insert that modification portion of it.
Okay.
Commissioner Partridge, what did you you said you're 33? I don't think you cited 32.
So, the way I did it is I was trying to work as closely off of the party's language as possible. So I was modifying OAG's proposed 32,
Yep.
which would require also adopting the OAG's proposed 33 as it was,
Okay.
because it covers Xcel-owned and non-Xcel-owned projects
So then
in two different places.
The relationship of that to Commissioner Hom's alternative one then would be
B.
B. Okay.
But with that said, Chair Steben combined both
Into her 32A.
into one that's more succinct.
Okay. So
I don't know.
So
if-
we're good with Commissioner Stevens' 32A. That covers the waterfront then.
I'm curious
have to hear
if
from
parties
parties still.
feel like that.
Okay. But just amongst us.
Right. Well, I mean,
I mean, it's,
I think now what we want to do is just make sure that language is clear what we'd be doing, since we're mashing it together in ways up on the screen. So maybe do commissioners want to hear from parties, or maybe I should ask parties, especially Xcel, if they need a minute just to look at what this looks like.
can I ask a clarifying question again? Okay, and for Commissioner Hom, what you would do here is take number one, and then you would pull out 24 through 33 and move it under number one, and then we would still decide on the rest of things.
So, thank you, Commissioner Partridge. My proposal will basically eliminating decision option 3 to 9, 19 to 20, 24 to 31, 40, 41, 46 to 48, 64 to 67. So rather than I go number by number, I try to give the full approval of the agreement with modification and conditions. That way we can minimize
The other.
final outcome for the override.
Maybe should we take a break before we get, to make sure staff understands and can help commissioners? Okay, let's,
I think to answer your question, I think that I just want to answer it so that I'm trying to understand it, not that I know it. But I think what Commissioner Hom is doing is his B would replace our suggested
Right.
32 and 33.
Right. My clarification is that I have a list of other decision options based on the briefing papers that I would have to triangulate. So I'm trying to figure out, like, of the other things that I would like to do.
yeah, and I don't
That's
see
what I'm
this as a
confused about.
comprehensive motion by
Right.
Commissioner Hom. I was just trying to guide us towards, like, how do we get the different language just related to Lyon County and the soft cap stuff. So that was what,
Yeah, I think my intention is minimizing confusion on the settlement issue. We contain settlement issue with this one, and then we can discuss non-settlement issues and the potential modification to settlement.
Makes sense.
yeah, and then we'll still, so the other things like data centers and other stuff we'll still talk about. Okay,
I think I'm tracking. But it's good to ask.
I'm not sure I'm tracking, but we're trying. So how much time do you think we need, commissioners? Like 10 minutes or 15 minutes to talk to staff? And then we'll come back and make sure we give parties the chance to respond to this. And then parties can understand that this is not an overall motion for everything. It's just on this stuff right now. So the commission will stand in recess until 12:10.
We're proving that we actually do follow the open meeting law.
Okay, the commission will come back from its recess, and is the microphone working, Mary? Doesn't sound like it. Sounds, okay, whatever. Hopefully, can you hear me in the back? No. Maybe you're fine not hearing me in the back.
Might just need to be turned up.
How about now? No. They're shaking their heads no. So I can hear myself, but I can tell it's not working in the back.
Are any of our mics working?
Nope. Sorry to be disagreeable, but I don't think it's working back there. How about now it is? Okay, great. Everybody in the back is super happy they can hear because this is so fun, right? So how about Commissioner Hom, we'll turn to you, and the language on the screen reflects what you just helped us walk through. And first, why don't we see if commissioners have questions for you, Commissioner Hom, after talking to staff for Commissioner Hom, and then I presume we want to hear from parties too, what they think of your language. But does any commissioner have questions for Commissioner Hom about the language here? Okay, then do you want to ask the parties what they think, or you can go ahead?
Thank you. Yes, I think for the company, are you okay with everything, including D and E?
Okay, sure. Let me walk through that. With respect to A and B, the new A and B, I think we're generally comfortable with this. I would request one change, and I can walk through that, which is in B. We would ask to strike the reference to the bidder's control.
So a little louder. Sorry, Mr. Dobson.
I know. We would ask to strike the reference to the bidder's control in the second to last sentence. That was in decision option 33. That was in. So you would actually strike or the bidders would be the actual edit.
And tell me the practical impact of that.
So the reason for that is obviously we can control. We're comfortable taking the risk that if we didn't control something well, that's a problem for us. If there's something outside of our control, that we're covered. When we get into bidders issues, what we're concerned about is a scenario where, these are products of negotiations, and if a bidder is changing their price for whatever reason, we still have to demonstrate that signing a PPA is prudent. That's what the last part of that sentence says. But if we're looking around at the market and seeing bidders change their price, this is we still think this is a prudent thing. We want to make sure that we have the ability to do that, and we're not put in a situation where we don't for that. So that's what we would ask.
And it still will have the impact, even if we strike that, if I'm following what you're saying. The language still says Xcel demonstrates by substantial evidence the costs were prudently incurred.
Correct.
So I'm supportive of striking that if you are, Commissioner Hom.
Chair Stephen, I'm not sure. Can I ask some follow-up questions? Okay, so these bidders have given you a bid. In most cases, the bid stands, right? I bid into something, I provide my proposal, this is my cost. And so what you're saying is they have the ability now to change their cost, even if these are not exogenous, external factors that are, I just worry we're inviting these project owners to now increase their costs by saying, yeah, if it's in your control, but you determine that you want to, we just have to prove that it's prudent, which is relative to other bidders. I just don't know that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, I certainly understand the concern. I get where you're coming from. I think the way I guess I'd say a couple points to this. The first is, I think that's how the settlement that we worked out was envisioned. I get we're potentially modifying that, but the way the original settlement worked was we selected the best package of products among what came in to fill the need we have, and we would start negotiations, or we would then move into the negotiation phase with those. So it was, I think, contemplated that there would be a negotiation. And I think that, at least the way I can say we think about this from the company's standpoint, is we just don't want to be in a position where we feel like we have to drop negotiations with a potential party, because even if that's not the best decision for our customers, because we can't demonstrate that a price has changed outside of the control of the bidder. We can't control why they change their prices. All we can do is negotiate to the best that we can and bring it back to the commission for approval.
And you're still the company, because you're accepting the bids, is still going to have to show how, even if the bidder's price escalated, Xcel is still carrying the burden then to show why that cost increase was justifiable. So
Correct.
we're not giving up anything by taking out this language in the way I'm thinking of it. We're still, the commission still is putting the burden on the company to show why the bids you're accepting are reasonable.
That's exactly how I think about it, yes.
Madam Chair, along that lines, I just want to make sure I drill down on this, because I think Ms. Hinderly raised it yesterday, or Tuesday, and that's the situation of a short bid. And growing construction, short bidders get to be blackballed really fast in construction business. People that come in and say, here's the bid, and they hide somewhere in that bid a factor that they know, okay, is not true. Let's say I'm going to give you a foundation, and I tell you that the foundation only needs to be 24 feet, and that's what I bid it at, or 24 inches, okay? And they come back and say, oh, well, wait a minute, Minnesota has to be 42 inches, and we need to now change the contract. They knew that, they should have known that. But now you're taking on that risk. You're going to take that on, that if they short bid us, you should have known that, and you should have watched for that, and you missed it. And because you missed it, that could be a factor that we use to say, sorry, no, your shareholders are going to have to pay for that short bid miss, and not the ratepayers. I think that was what Ms. Hinderly was trying to get at, and I completely understand it, because I grew up in the construction business, and short bidders are very much looked down on. So tell me, in the short bid situation, you're taking that risk, and if Ms. Hinderly can show in the record that we were short bidded, okay, and you missed it, that's a factor that she could say to us, look, they should have known. That was something they should have known, and that was not outside their control.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think I generally agree with that. At the end of the day, we're going to have to come back and show to you that if we execute a PPA with a bidder, that is a prudent PPA. If the price has gone up because the market changed and the bidder is saying I'm raising my price, or the price went up because they quote unquote short bid, I don't know what would happen, but at the end of the day, we've got to come in, file a PPA if we choose to execute it, and get this commission to say that's a prudent.
It'll be very fact specific. That's why we can't. We're making up hypotheticals, very fact specific. Ms. Hindley, that's why I liked your extra words. Okay, are you satisfied with that answer?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I think we're pretty troubled by Xcel's recommendation to strike or the bidder's control from the decision option, for the reason that we do want that. We tried to set out that double parameters. You have to show that your original bid included all the costs that you knew about. That's to avoid the situation that you flagged, Commissioner Tuma, where there was a cost that wasn't included in the hopes of including it later if the bid was selected. We also want to make sure that both Xcel and the bidders are prudently managing their projects and not increasing costs. We understand there might be cost increases. What I think striking or the bidders here does is opens the door to Xcel coming in and saying, well, there might have been a cost overrun on one of the bidder's projects. Maybe that was due to something within their control, but it's not our problem. But we still think it's a good deal. And what we really want is for Xcel and the bidders to work together to provide you with the information to show these bids were accepted, everyone prudently managed their costs, and that any cost increases are really due to tariffs, market conditions, things like that. That's what we're looking for. And I think striking or the bidder's control, we lose that. There's a situation where one of the bidders has engaged in something imprudent, not Xcel's imprudence, the bidder's imprudence, that then Xcel would still ask you to approve that.
I think Xcel's trying to say to us, and maybe not as well as you made me like, is that, look, that's on us. We have to police our bidders. And if there's something imprudent here, we're the ones that have to prove it, not our bidders. And so it's imprudent whether the bidder did it or whether they did it. Now, they'll make the argument that it was not our fault, we were, hidden from it. But that's I think what they're trying to say. So I'm comfortable with keeping, as you say, outside bidders in there. But
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So before we go more detailed discussion, that's why I put the condition D and E. Because if any bidders or company misbehave during that negotiation, there is a severe consequence to them. That's why I'm very strong in the condition D and E to make sure that they don't misbehave. At the end of the day, company bring this contract to us. We can reject it if there is no evidence. So that's why I have no concern as much as OAG had a concern with, because there is a strong condition in the D and E that is above and beyond the penalty to these bidders and Xcel if they don't negotiate this in good faith effort. And then they have to substantiate it with evidence if they want to deviate from it. At the end of the day, it comes back to the commission. We are the one who will say yes or no. If their negotiation was not an arm's length negotiation, we can just drop it.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Mr. Dobson, you hold your bidders to their bid, don't you? You basically have your own, no, this is a hard cap, or this is a soft cap, because if the price is higher, you got to come back to us and got to do that in front of us. But this time it'll be on an actual cost recovery. So my guess is that you hold people, to their bids. I look at the language or the bidder's control, and I think it's superfluous. But I think if we're holding you to it, and we're holding you to the standard, which is a pretty strict standard, that holds them. It kind of anchors it in place. That's the way that I look at it. But I'm going to ask Ms. Hinderly too. But I'd like to hear from you.
I think we've heard from Ms. Hinderly on this point.
Sorry.
But Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I think when it comes down to it, and I understand Commissioner Hom referenced D and E, but sort of setting those aside for the moment, I'm sure we'll get to that. But we want to be able to have the flexibility to get these projects and not cut off negotiations at an early stage, because even if we think, and I don't know, I'm not trying to say that we're projecting some great cost increase. I don't know. We do know it's a tight market. We do know that the bids that came into this, we have a need for 2,000 to 2,200 megawatts. We took not all of the bids, but all but one to fill that resource need. So we have a resource need, and we want to be able to prudently get that resource need, fill that resource need. If we end up in negotiations and somebody is asking for a price that is just not reasonable, we need to be able to walk away, and we hold the burden to show to you why. I'm just concerned that in this, if a bidder's price has gone up, we can say we're holding a bidder to the price, but if they're walking away, we've now lost that project. And I just want to be able to get that project and to demonstrate to you that that was a good decision.
And will you keep going on, well, Commissioner Hom brought up that D, C, D, and E are also interconnected.
Sure.
So
I'll
let's
walk
just
through
keep moving on.
in that order.
that.
So for C, having heard the discussion today, I think we're fine with C. I would make one request, which is to change 30 days to 6 months. And the reason for that is we don't have all of the costs finalized, even when a project goes in. That takes a while, just accounting exercise to compile. So I think if we extend that out to 6 months, we're still presumably giving these costs to the department, the OAG, whoever, before a rate case is filed. They're still getting that advance notice that I think is the goal. So that's what we request there. Moving into D and E, let me actually, a little bit out of order, I'll jump to E, because I think E is really kind of the provision that puts us under the gun. And I think, if that's where the commission wants to go, we can live with this. As I understand what E is saying is, if a contract negotiation is not successful, we do not get to bid for the replacement capacity that has lost unless we can show that walking away from that contract is reasonable. I think that's something we'd be fine doing. For D, I think that's putting, there's probably some bidder input here that will need to happen. I think from our perspective, again, I understand where this is going and trying to sort of put some weight behind these negotiations. I think our concern is what this could be doing to future RFPs if this is a condition that's applied to us.
Does this apply to generic resources that aren't contemplated in the settlement, Mr. Dobson?
I don't believe it applies to generic resources.
Like the wind that isn't accounted for in the settlement?
I'm reading for this to include the firm dispatchable bids.
Okay, me too.
And
but just making sure
that that's what is intended. But I'm concerned that this could cause. First off, we might lose a future bidder if we have to disqualify them from future bids. And then I don't know. I guess we've had a sort of a day to think about. I can see a scenario where bidders are coming in with higher bids or higher contingencies for the concern that down the road if they end up losing out on if they end up walking away from a negotiation, they can never bid for us again. So there's a couple of dynamics that I think we're concerned about with
so
D, but I'm sure there's
let me just make sure, because I didn't really think about it this way, and I think I heard you, but E, you're saying, is concerning in some regards because you could lose out on settlement, or you could lose out on PPAs for, no, tell me again.
Sorry,
what
D.
the big, we're talking about D.
D was what I was just talking about.
I thought you were talking about E.
D is essentially just saying that you still bear the burden of proof, more or less, right?
No.
You have to show within 6 months that.
That's not
Okay,
how I read.
go ahead.
What
Sorry.
I read D to say is if we do not successfully negotiate a bid with one of the bidders in this process, that bidder and sort of any of their affiliates is prohibited from bidding in our RFPs in the future.
No. Okay. Unless they prove that,
Fair.
right? If they have a cost overrun, they didn't anticipate it, and then Xcel reject that one, they have a right to walk away, and they can come back next time. Exact same condition with E. It is just exact replication D and E, and I'm putting the burden on both of you guys to make sure that you negotiate in good faith effort. If there's a good reason, bring it back to the commission, we can decide. But that good information has to be there.
So you have to negotiate the RFP or the, what's it called, the firm dispatchable projects that were selected that are PPAs in D. You have to successfully negotiate and come back with a price within 6 months, right, of the order, right, Commissioner Hum? And
Yeah.
then if you don't, those same entities, what were you saying, can still come back and bid in later?
No.
No.
Okay. So this is a price gouging. I'm basically trying to prohibit price gouging due to the market condition. So there is no change in the input cost, but if they see other buyer who's offering higher price, they can walk away from it.
Xcel, Ken?
No, the PPA, the negotiating counterparty. We have to prohibit that condition in any of the bidding process, right? Because if they're the winning bid, they should be abide with it. And if they walk away because somebody else is offering higher price, they are not good faith effort player. In that case, we have to eliminate them anyway in the future. Because they're going to behave that way, that's going to destroy your bidding process.
Mr.
If-
Bar-
yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If they negotiate with you, but they are unanticipated cost overrun, and they come to you and telling you, this is a situation. We know that how dynamic the market is. And bring us evidence, not just word, to show that that's what's happening. That, to me, that's not difficult. It's you guys' everyday business. Why you are having trouble doing that anyway in your negotiation process? We just want to see the evidence.
Mr. Dobson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hum, and I think what it's that last sentence that I think you were referring to, that selling the contract for the resources to a third party at a different price is not considered reasonable. It in our mind, it creates sort of a chilling effect on bidders who are coming into our process. Meaning, I think they're going to, we're concerned that they will down the road bid higher prices at the outset to make sure that they've covered for that potential. And I think I would go back to, in our view, the protection here is still, we have to negotiate a prudent price, come back to the commission and get it approved. If they're raising the price to a point that we don't think is reasonable, we're not going to sign it. And if we do sign it, you're not going to approve it. So I still think that's the backdrop protection, and our concern is still that doing something like this impacts us down the road.
Thank you. Okay, the genesis of the Track 1, Track 2 process is due to the total failure of the year 2002-2003 all source bids process. So I was there, and Dr. Rocco was there. We were the part of that discussion with Xcel and to making sure that we are not going through it. Yes, you guys will reject everything. Still, we have to build something because if we have a reliability concern. We had that situation at the time, so we had to approve certificate of need within 6 months. And right after we approved that certificate of need, somehow 2 additional PPAs show up, which was part of the original discussion, at the higher price. There was 2 participants in this settlement, Cannon Fall and Mankato Energy Center 1. So we had a history. That's why I'm trying to prevent that history again with this condition. If somebody's playing their game, I don't know whether it was a game or not, but my perception at the time it was a game. That's why Commission ordered Xcel to produce that Track 1, Track 2 process. So that's the reason we have this one. Now you are going to go back to good old days, leave us and give us everything we can control. No, I think we had that history. We need to have some control over this.
Mr. Dobson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I guess I wasn't as familiar as that as you, so I don't. I think we've laid out our concerns about provision D. Again, I think there's probably others who would have a voice on that. And I think just to clarify one piece back that I think was confusing earlier, for provision E, I think we are comfortable with that because we see that as putting risk on us, and we're willing to take that on. So, just to clarify that confusion.
You're willing to take what?
In E, because as I'm reading E, what it's saying is if we don't successfully negotiate one of the bids, we cannot come in to try to fill that capacity loss unless we can demonstrate. So for example, we fail a negotiation and then we come back and try to bring Bison. We come back with Bison as an example, as a bid. As I read E, we do not get to do that unless we can demonstrate that our failure to negotiate the winning bid was a reasonable decision. We're comfortable doing that.
And just because I'm playing checkers and everyone else here is playing chess, just to be clear, this language under Commissioner Ham's, as we just were discussing, it's only talking about PPAs that are already the bids in the settlement. It's not about like generic resources in the 5-year action plan. I just want to be very clear about that's what we're talking about here.
That's my reading of this, and I'm getting nods from Commissioner Hom. I mean, as I read, any PPA included in this settlement is not a generic resource.
Right. The settlement is just the already selected projects we're talking about from the firm dispatchable, not like because this settlement also includes
Correct.
Generic resources in the 5-year action plan. I just want to be clear that this language would not apply to like a PPA you would negotiate for a wind acquisition later.
That's how I read the That's how I read the language. Yes.
Got it.
Chair Sieben?
Yes, Commissioner Partridge.
So I will first admit that I don't know anything about the history that you're describing here. I do have concerns about D. So for one, so you have a list of project owners who are going to enter in PPA negotiations. And this is saying if they don't successfully reach a PPA, then they are prohibited from participating in any future RFPs for Xcel Energy in Minnesota. I feel like that's putting like a lot of pressure on those parties to do whatever, even if it's unreasonable. They're taking on this risk that the commission won't find them walking away as reasonable. I just don't know I don't feel very comfortable putting that kind of stipulation on the parties. It feels very punitive, and
it might be outside the scope of the original settlement too, which is what I mean, it obviously is because it's new language, but I get what you're saying, Commissioner Partridge, and kind of tend to agree that this seems to be like pretty far reaching for here today.
Yeah.
But
Well, Madam Chair, along that line,
Yeah.
Joe, I don't want to jump in front of you, but I could see it if we put it in the framework of this 5-year plan, so that if there's not a negotiation, they can't come back and try to meet a need in this 5-year plan. I think that's your concern, is that they stumble around and negotiate, they don't negotiate, and then they have to open up bids again, or try to go find a deal, and all of a sudden they got a deal that's 10% more expensive. I think that's what you're trying to get at. So I don't know if we could, instead of say something to meet the needs of the 5-year plan.
But let me just, again, sorry, I'm not totally tracking, but if I'm tracking what Commissioner Partridge is saying, say one of the selected bidders like tries to get a negotiated price that's higher than was originally bid. Xcel says, no, like, we're not taking that price.
Right.
Then what this language, I think, is saying is like, okay, you, your parent, and everyone you're associated with cannot bid in later, even in the 5-year action plan. That's like, do we really want to make that, like,
Right.
kick people out that hardly or that conclusively? But maybe is that the way you're understanding it, Commissioner Partridge?
Right. And Chair Sieben, I think what I was thinking would get at some of, so I think the language that people didn't like before in 33 was trying to put that kind of parameters around the negotiations of the PPA without being punitive, because I do think there's a power dynamic there between some of the companies who have bid in and Xcel Energy and the opportunity Xcel Energy's future RFPs provide. I don't think it's reasonable to put that condition on them. Again, not knowing the history, but perhaps there are some other parameters we can set forth so that we feel like negotiations are happening in good faith, that as costs, change throughout the negotiation process, that they're justified, and that we are able to review those, that may get at what D is trying to do, perhaps. I just don't feel comfortable with D.
I think I'll let you go, Commissioner Sullivan, but I agree, Commissioner Partridge, for slightly different reasons, but I think this is like a sticky wicket here too, and we got to keep moving, and if D is too controversial, we might just have to ask Commissioner Hom to remove it now, and then we can deal with it later. But Commissioner Sullivan?
Well, I am going to make the conversation longer.
As usual.
As usual. But I understand what Commissioner Hom is doing, and I think that I'm kind of inclined to, I like where Commissioner Tuma was going as a potential compromise there, but I do think it's really important that folks recognize that MISO has made changes to its resource adequacy framework that will significantly increase the price of capacity in MISO. And there is definitely going to be an incentive for these companies to go and look at the market and play the market. And I think that the example that Commissioner Hom brought up from 2002, I mean, those incentives were in place then, and people are basically the same throughout history, and they'll be there in place today. And I think, that I will just say that the Mankato Energy Center is one of the most valuable facilities in MISO. It is natural gas. It has firm natural gas contracts. It has backup fuel generation. It can, power off of fuel oil for 1,000 hours a year. It has probably a 99.9% accreditation in MISO's system. It will get every last dollar that can come to it. And I'm not saying that the folks at Onward are not, good people, but they're capitalists. And that's the same with Cannon Falls as backup. These are going to be highly accredited facilities, highly rated. And I think that Commissioner Hom's point is a good one. I kind of like where Commissioner Tuma was going there, but I don't think that, I think that my view is that we shouldn't be afraid, we shouldn't be treating these folks with kid gloves.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Let me ask company one thing. When you're issuing request for proposal for this, what was your requirement? Was it binding bid, or did you have an open bid?
You mean in the original RFP docket?
Yeah.
When the Xcel went out and initiated a whole process, and we went through all the different steps already, and now we're
Settled.
now we're coming back to that?
No, that's why if it was originally issued as a binding bid, this is not unusual condition. Because they already knew what they are signing into it when they offer that unit into this bidding process. So that's why I'm just asking company.
And if you're Commissioner Hum, we can't remember it all the way back if the original bids were binding or not. Obviously, the settlement of this, contemplated future negotiations. So that's where the parties landed on that. I think the other thing just to keep in mind is I think this is a little different than our typical RFPs because this was a track 2, not a modified track 2, and so we have a contested case process that resulted in this ultimate settlement rather than just a selection of bids and bringing back to you the negotiated prices.
And
That's the exact reason. That's why I put this condition there, because you settled without going through the ALJ process, and there was no material evidence showing that. I think I asked that question Tuesday to the department whether there is any protection for the ratepayers or recourse when there is a price gouging potentially. I didn't use that language, but this is a settlement. You are open to negotiate it. Okay? In that case, what is the protection?
Commissioner Hom, doesn't the company still bear the burden of proving back to the commission through the cost recovery why they accepted a bid and why the bid results in just and reasonable rates? And so if I'm tracking what you're saying, we don't want there to be price gouging. Obviously, we are relying on the settling parties' support of the overall settlement to help say this is resulting in just and reasonable rates. And by layering on additional protections here, saying they have to come back and prove out that it's going to adjust, that any additional costs were caused by events outside of Xcel's control. They still have to be prudent costs that were incurred. So your language, as I understand it, is then saying if for some reason they decide not to accept one of the bids, then that company and its affiliates are prohibited from coming back in for a different, bite at the apple, which I understand why that would help a company maybe say, we have to make sure we really submit the lowest price possible. But I think there's already that provision in the overall other protections of the settlement where the commission is going to have the opportunity to come back and be this resulted in a fair cost because Xcel's going to have to show that it was a reasonable bid to accept.
Yeah, I understand in the principle that's the situation, but also Commissioner Sullivan pointed out market situation is so profitable, company to walk away. So that's why, to me...
Then why wouldn't we just start the whole, not even accept the settlement terms for these firm dispatchable bids and start over and just let everybody bid in again, and then we'll be right back in the same mess. I think we're at a point now where we have to keep moving forward, and I'm really worried that D is just going to further hamstring the company from being able to acquire future resources to meet their needs in the 5-year action plan that we're approving. But
yeah, I understand that concern. When I drafting this one, that was my biggest concern. But this bidding process has to be credible. If this bidding process is not credible, other bidder will not show up.
But we already did the bidding.
Yeah. I understand, but we are worried about future bidding process, right? So putting this condition will make this future bidding process not practically efficient or not happening. Exact same reason, if this bidding process is not credible. If you give the short price and sitting in the process long enough, you get the settlement, you'll get the winner. So either we have a very high price bid after the facts, not the original bid, and they stay in the game, they settle, and then ratepayer has to pay higher price, or if people doesn't believe in this process, they don't show up. So that's why this bidding process has to be credible, both and Xcel and the bidder. Their number should be accountable. That's what we are trying to do with CN, that self-bidding option. I think we are putting exact same condition to the bidder. To me, it's nothing extraordinary because they can prove that they need to walk away.
Dr. Lieb, on behalf of the department, I think like as far as the weight of having the department's careful consideration for ensuring that ratepayers pay the least amount possible that results in just and reasonable rates. Do you think that provision D in Commissioner Ham's language is necessary to result in just and reasonable rates after we get through this docket? Like, help us provide a little context here, please.
Chair Sieben, thank you for the question. The department's very concerned with D. As Mr. Dobson has outlined, there is a process that once the bids are accepted, they still have to come through the commission for justification that those bids and prices are just and reasonable. And that's something that the company has to prove. It's something the department, our financial analyst team will very carefully review. We reviewed by other stakeholders. There's a significant amount of regulation already existing on those prices. This provision in particular, I think the department's biggest concern here is that this is a very aggressive provision, and I think the result of this might be that some bidders are not going to bid into Minnesota. Mm-hmm. And in future RFPs, that's going to result in fewer bids, less competition, potentially missed projects for ratepayers. And I think we feel that the commission and the regulatory process we have is sufficient to avoid and investigate any gouging that might be going on either from the company's projects or from outside bidders and PPAs. And that to put this provision in is going to put the state at a significant disadvantage.
Would you agree with that, though, if we said to them for this 5-year plan? Is that, I think that's what I was trying to say before. I mean, I get to all that could be chilling, but to be able to come back in and try to now rebid in a project or a different project at a higher price in now a reopened bid to try to close up the 5-year plan because you stepped out.
Except I thought, Commissioner Tuma, we already decided that this is only applicable to the existing firm bids. But now
I read it as saying all future.
Yeah, but that's was what my concern was earlier. And I don't think it's a good idea to kick bidders out for the very points that Dr. Lieb just made in the future, whether it's in the 5-year action plan or beyond it. So,
okay, well, that's what I was trying to say. Is that if we say not beyond it, you don't get to be kicked out forever. Okay, you're not blackballed. But it seems to me it reduces the potential for manipulating the bidding process and the negotiating process to your advantage if you say, look, you got a shot at this 5-year plan. If you want to get out of it, that's fine. But
right. You don't get to run the price up and then come back in with a higher price.
For the same
thing. It makes perfect sense.
Okay.
So that's what I was asking, if that changes your analysis, but maybe it doesn't.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think that the scenario that's being described seems almost completely contrived and made up from the department's perspective, that somebody would price gouge and be kicked out and then come back with the exact same project at a different bid price.
And you're saying that the prudency review should be enough to grab that, I think is what you're trying to say.
As both the consumer advocate and a ratepayer, I would hope that the existing prudency process is sufficient to make sure that the bids that are being accepted are reasonable, are not price gouging, are sufficiently transparent to determine that somebody's not scooping up a bunch of extra profit somewhere that we're not capturing.
Just be cautious. This has happened before, so to say it's not likely it won't happen, that's
But
the concern.
if it's happened before, there should also be regulatory process to address that. I think this idea that the entire company, affiliates, parent company that's capturing a lot of potential projects. I think maybe if you wanted, maybe one thing that you're bringing up is maybe for the very specific project that's being bid in, that specific project can't be rebid in that 5-year timeline. Maybe that's the guardrail that we could be more comfortable with. But I think to expand it to the entire parent company, that some of these are very large companies and have maybe completely different bidding teams in completely different regions of the upper Midwest. I don't think we want to leave the entire parent company out.
That's a good point. If it's for that same project, then they can't come back and rebid into the same project or for that capacity that
Right.
Xcel's attempting to fill. But Commissioner Hom wanted to jump in, and then I know Labor, Mr. Pranis, has been trying to get in for like the past half hour.
Probably I can make it simpler. So does Xcel have an answer on your original RFP, whether it's a binding bid or not yet?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I don't have an answer to that. What
Okay.
I do think, oh, we do have an answer. I think while he's sitting down, I think the other thing to point out is we had parties we've already had parties walk away in the bid process. And so we've had parties withdraw bids. And I think that's an important consideration as well, as we discuss this.
Christopher Shaw for the company. Commissioner Hom, so in this track 2 process, the notice plan is the RFP, and so that was filed. It's up on eDockets, has the requirements of bidders. It doesn't go so far as to say, if you don't hold the bid you submit, your project will be rejected. It asks for a complete project to have total costs submitted as part of our evaluation. So I don't think it was as direct as maybe you're asking, as far as signaling that absent conformity to the end with what was bid, you would be rejected.
Okay, thank you. If it wasn't binding bid, then I can be more flexible on this. Because I thought Xcel was required to issue binding bid, but that's another issue outside this one. I think we have to revisit that issue. If it wasn't binding bid, it's not fair to make them accountable for that part. Being said, either I can reduce that from all the future to the next 5 years, or I can just withdraw this D if there is a controversial, it is controversial enough because department already committed to that they're going to make sure that companies are accountable. Company already committed to that they are going to make this PPA holder the counterparty to make accountable. I think it already served the purpose. I think I send a signal to, I'm going to watch it, we are going to watch it, and unless you bring in good PPA, we are going to reject or we are going to have a serious concern with your bidding process. First thing is, it wasn't not binding bid requirement. That surprised me a bit, but I wasn't there before, so I cannot say too much about it. But in the future, we may have to talk about it. Being said, I'm flexible since already.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner Hom, and I remember sitting through a really long commission hearing, hearing from different parties about what should be the parameters of the RFP for the firm dispatchable block, and we already had a shot. The commission, and I get that you weren't here, but the three of us on this side, yeah, you were here. You were gone that day?
New York.
Okay. Well, anyway, it was a long process to set the terms of the bid or of the bidding process. And now for us to go back and be like, oh, well, we should have done this. It seems it's just I think it's unwinding the process we already were comfortable laying out too much. So I would hope you'll just withdraw this, and then the department is committed to continuing to look at the cost, as is the commission and all the parties here, that the bids or the negotiated settlements from the PPAs that come through are going to result in just and reasonable rates. So
I think it's valuable, Madam Chair, having one who's thrown out decision options to make a point.
yeah.
I think it made its point, and so hopefully that'll convince Mr. Pranis he doesn't need to speak anymore. But
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think Tuesday I asked similar question to department and I didn't get an answer. That's why I drafted this condition, because I wasn't sure whether the department is going to hold these guys accountable or not. Now we got a commitment from the department. So I think I can withdraw this one knowing that department and company will do their job. So,
Great.
yes, thank you.
So we still have, we have 1A, 1B as amended, 1C that has, did you accept the 6 months change for the service, Commissioner Hum? Or don't you think so?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think it's more up to the department and OAG whether that's good enough, because I'm not strong on C. I was just trying to address the concern from the OAG that if this information comes into the rate case, it'll be one of them, and they are not going to have ability to evaluate this properly. So that's why I'm just trying to give a head start for the department and the OAG.
Dr. Lieb? So do you support striking 30 days and instead inserting 6 months? Yes or no?
Chair Sieben, I think that's reasonable. The 6 months is fine.
And you are a settling party, and you are not for the OAG, but would you be do you think 6 months is better, or you prefer 30 days?
Chair Stephen, we're okay with 6 months. If I could have an or, so 6 months, understanding that it takes a while, or 30 days before the rate case filing, so we can get a head start. So if it's like the difference between 5 and 6 months, but 6 months would put it after the rate case filing, I think that's just the situation I would. So the sales forecast is filed 30 days in advance of a rate case filing, and we could just marry it to that. I think that would be okay.
Okay. And then E is, Commissioner Hahn, did we hear from everyone about E and whether, I can't remember.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I can drop E too, because I want to make sure that this is a fair bidding process. So I put exact same burden to Xcel, because I don't want either party play the power game because we give the asymmetric condition to it. So given that we are dropping D, I can drop the E because we already got the commitment from the department and the company. They will do their best.
Chair Stephen,
Commissioner Partridge.
I hate to do this, but could we just ask, I don't remember, my head hurts because we've gone so many places that I don't remember if the Attorney General weighed in on the new B. Does that, is that essentially doing the thing that you proposed to do?
Oh, we were going to take out or the bidder's control, correct, Commissioner Hum? So, Ms. Hinderly.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, I think, I'm not going to belabor the point. So I think if everyone makes their best efforts to provide us with good information, that will streamline the process in the best way. And so I would just emphasize we will be taking a look at these. And so the best information we can get at the front end and the most transparency is really what we're looking for. But I don't think it needs a change to the decision option.
Okay. Okay, so this is this section, Commissioners. We have beat this horse to the ground, I think, and proven, as others have said, that we do not violate our open meeting law. So, should we take a break? What do commissioners want to do? We still have some other things to move through. What do you prefer? Do you want to take a break now, and then come back for lunch, or do you want to take a lunch break or 10 minutes and then try to get through it? Short break. Let's try to take a 10-minute break. Everybody can catch their breath and see where we are moving through the rest of the decision options. And maybe we're not that far away. Oh, we still have to come back to data centers. Okay. Okay, we'll take 20 minutes then and come back at 1:30. Commission stands in recess.
I'm ready to go. Softies. That's just claims authority over FERC, other independent agencies. Agencies must submit proposed regulations for White House review.
It's called the statute.
The commission will come back from its recess. And so, commissioners, I think we're good on that stuff for right now. Let's keep moving through our additional decision options that were filed last night. If Commissioner Tuma wants to go, that'd be great.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and it's a little bit on the bidding. I'll hand this down to you. It's a excerpt from the order from the 2014 IRP. If you could pass it around to the other parties, they'll have it in front of them. Chad, if you could put it up too when you get a chance. So my decision option 31A is kind of addition to what is contemplated in the settlement, that these projects are going to come back to us. And I went back and I was looking at the order from 2014, and there were some things in there. These were actually conditions for the bidders in a fully executed Track 2 process. But I thought they actually gave us good parameters to evaluate, so I'm not creating them as hard standards. I would consider them like when we consider all the factors we have to decide for a site permit. You know, there's different factors, and so I took what was the old order and tried to create the factors. So 1, A, B, C, and D, I think are pretty good. I pulled 2 out because it was in there, so I just wanted you to see it. This was again at the height of when I think performance-based rate making was kind of the hot deal. So I broke that one. I'm not too hot about it, but I didn't want to not include it because it was in this order. So if you look back at the order here, page 36, 37, we required Calpine, which of course is a Mankato Center, and this is the second go around for these guys. And then there was Geronimo, If Energy, that's Cannon Falls, and then Xcel, I think it was your Black Dog facilities. And they're to be held to a kind of the price and terms used to evaluate each bid for the purpose of cost recovery from Xcel ratepayers. Ratepayers must not be put at risk for costs that are higher than the bid, or the bids assumed, the bids that do not or benefits that do not materialize. And so that's, if you look at my 31A, I'm trying to kind of encapsulate that concept that, you know, if the bids are higher, the negotiated PPA, when it comes back to us, they're going to have it obligated to kind of show us why that is. We're going to look through the prism of that. Granted, we have a soft cap to deal with it, so this one might not be as important as others. And then B was, in the order, B was the agreement must provide terms that are sufficient to protect ratepayers from risk associated with the non-delivery of accredited capacity or energy from the project as proposed. I'm assuming there's going to be some proposals to deliver something. And so that's what I try to capture in my 31A, B, is you got to show us that we're protected, the ratepayers are protected. C, again, right from the order, is the terms of any agreement that are inappropriately shift risks or unknown cost to ratepayers. We're going to be looking at these contracts in that prism. And then D of that order, we said any delay or cancellation provisions are appropriate considerations for a power purchase agreement negotiations. And so I say through the prism, we're going to look at the reasonableness of any delay or cancellation provisions that are in the PPA. I included too, if you look back at A, the last sentence of A in the order said the actual costs are lower than the bid. The bidders should be allowed to keep those savings. This was back when it was a little bit more of a hard cap, and so the idea was, if we're going to take the risk for the higher costs, we should also get a benefit for the lower costs at that stage. So I don't think that's absolutely the situation that we have here today, but it was there, and so my intention would be to move 1, A, B, C, and D as part of kind of a categories, prisms for evaluating the PPAs. There will be other things. If you note, my decision option says settlement will include but not limited to weather. And so there will be other factors that are there, but I thought these parameters, I think, made sense back then, and I'm just saying they're still legitimate parameters we should look at these bids going forward. And so hopefully they'll be included then in any filings that go forward. So, Madam Chair, to the company, I was going to see if they're okay with it. Again, like I said, I only wanted to move A and not 2, or 1, not 2.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we don't have any concern with this. I think it all fits within. We have to come back and demonstrate to you that these are prudent, and this is, I think, providing more guidance of what you're going to be looking for in that.
And Madam Chair, if it's okay from the parties, the signers, if they're okay with it, department, just go down the line. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. Well, not
1,
two.
A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, 1, A, B, C, and D, but not 2. I just put it in there in case anybody was interested. It was there, but I think it was a different time and a different set of circumstances.
Great. Did you have something else too?
You know, that's
Commissioner
it, Madam Chair.
Tuma?
My 24D was encapsulated in Wickwan's motion, and I'm happy with also the provisions that came out of the soft caps. So those were the only decision options I had.
Okay, then moving to my own, the one that I think we should talk about is Sieben Alternative 9A. And Mr. Dobson, I think you sort of nodded general agreement with this the other day, but any concern with Sieben Alternative 9A?
Madam Chair, no, we're fine with this.
Does any party have a problem with it that they'd like to say? No. Okay, then Commissioner Hum, hopefully that's good enough for you to fold it in. And then we talked about my 32A. Okay, so 77 alternative. This is attempting to not create new requirements beyond what are already in state law. It's attempting to ensure that Xcel then files the requirements that are in 216C.51 related to the demographic makeup of its workforce in a manner that everybody thinks is good, which, you know, is subjective. But the idea was it would go into the annual dockets that is already happening, that the department is charged with reporting on. But then we're telling Xcel, you should report in that docket, which you're already doing. We're just going to try to get our staff, that's the second part of the language, to put it into a format that is consistent with the existing statute and will start to work for everybody. So, and then it also, because the stakeholders asked for it, and I think it's a good idea, it also would have this same information in 22266, which was came out of the last IRP, because the stakeholders in some of the other decision options asked for that to be, you know, for Xcel to do more on reporting related to diversity. So, Mr. Dobson, do you think this 77A works for the company, and are you willing to file this information in these dockets?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for that summary. That was helpful. And yes, we're fine with this, and I agree that that's what it's doing.
Okay. Does anybody else want to say anything where they have a problem with this? I think it works. Commissioner Hum?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Are you trying to replace 77, 78, 79, or are you just trying to replace 77 with your alternative?
I think this was just trying to streamline it and make it like this is what the law says, but the filing is going to the department. So I need to look again at the additional at 78 and 79, but this was, I was thinking of this as just like one alternative to kind of streamline the reporting across dockets, but wasn't making a decision about the additional decision options, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to be clear, you're not moving 78, 79, just your amended 77.
Right, but if someone else wants to do that, they're still welcome to discuss it, or this was just,
Keep it up fast enough, so.
this was just kind of fixing that one, the way I saw it. And then, I don't think I had, the DCP. Sieben revised 41, Mr. Dobson. I like this program. I like that you're filing it. I appreciate it, that it's part of it's coming up. But some of the questions that we discussed on Tuesday seem to be encapsulated by the additional language I have here. So are you okay with this additional language that essentially is saying, like, could it potentially replace or help you achieve compliance with the DSES? So, what about the cost comparisons between different types of programs, and what about the labor standards that would be included? Can you do all of this language in revised 41?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're, excuse me, I think we're comfortable with this. We think it's a good balance for the issues related to the DCP, so we're fine with this.
And just to be clear to the parties, I don't think it's not making any decisions about what will or will not be in the DCP that's filed. It's just saying they should try to evaluate it more in their filing. Mr. Gleckner, representing the CEOs, are you okay with this revised 41?
Madam Chair, yes.
Great.
Looks good.
And does anybody else online or otherwise want to weigh in on this? Ms. McConnell, you turned on your camera, and because I know you were commenting on this in general, please go ahead and just state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Erica McConnell with the Environmental Law and Policy Center on behalf of the distributed solar parties. We are also supportive generally of the modifications to the decision options. Decision option 41. On 41C, on the evaluation of and the cost comparison between the DCP model and an alternative model, we'd suggest that it specify that a third party conduct the study rather than Xcel, just to ensure that it's an objective view between these two different models. And the other thing I wanted to emphasize for your consideration is the importance of approving decision option 43 as well as 41. And 43 is the one on stakeholder engagement in advance of the filing that's required in 41. We think that it's really important for interested parties to be able to work with Xcel and discuss the different program designs and hopefully iron out any differences in advance of the filing. So we'd encourage the Commission to consider approving that option as well.
Okay. On your first point, Ms. McConnell, I appreciate your overall support of it. And on your first point, though, about should we require a third-party evaluation? The way I see it is Xcel will make a filing, and then your third-party advocate or whoever wants to will then be able to weigh in on what Xcel files. So I'm not saying that discussion shouldn't continue. I just think first we need Xcel to file that includes an evaluation of the differences, and then you or others are welcome to critique their proposal of what they file and enter evidence into the record that will be created once they file their DCP. And then as to the other, as to the stakeholder engagement, I didn't look at that. So I think, though, that other commissioners I did look at it. I just don't remember off the top of my head. So Commissioner Hom maybe can chime in here.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Reading the record, I had the impression that some of the distributed resource in the industry or the stakeholder may have a misunderstanding. So as a BPP, this is a virtual power plant, that means Xcel has to have complete control over, because that way they can dispatch or offer that into the markets. So I think if the intention of trying to offer custom-owned unit to this program realize that you are abandoning net metering, community solar garden, you are abandoning community solar garden rates. I think if that's the understanding, I'm fine with it. Otherwise, I think we may have an issue creating virtual power plant when Xcel doesn't have a complete control over. But as you mentioned that, yes, I have no concern with who owns the asset. As long as Xcel can control it, and then nobody's double dipping.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, my view is very much the same as Commissioner Ham's. I struggle to see the value of a virtual power plant that is not a system resource, that is not therefore controlled by the utility. So I'm in the same boat, and so I agree with Commissioner Ham.
And Commissioner Ham, do you have if we want to talk about Ms. McConnell's point that we should do 43 though, do you think, or should we talk about that later? I didn't know if you were supportive of that or not, or.
I mean, as long as Xcel is okay, we can have a stakeholder process, but I hope everybody should have a common understanding of this situation. That's why I professed that first, to make sure that when you are engaging in this is what you're trying to do, not just having second revenue stream is not an answer here. This has to be completely handed over to the Xcel control.
And Mr. Dobson, it doesn't, 43 doesn't, it just says you should talk to stakeholders about some of these issues in advance of your filing. Seems pretty okay, and it might help, iron out some issues or educate stakeholders ahead of what you're going to file. So are you okay with 43 or not?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I think we would prefer that we not be ordered on this, and just to give you a sense of that, I think what we're trying to wrestle through right now is just getting a program up and running. I mean, this is going to be a pretty technically interesting thing to do for us. And we've obviously got a lot of stakeholder feedback. We certainly know where parties are, and I think we'd like the opportunity to kind of come forward in October, which seems like a long ways away, but it's kind of not. Make a proposal, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of input there. But what we're trying to do right now is just stand something up that works, and then it's going. I'm sure it's going to evolve and expand to the extent that we can make it successful. So I think that's what we would ask for, is to let us focus on building a program.
And once you file in October, you're going to have to be talking to the parties anyway to try to get them to support your filing. And
Correct.
You understand that the more you work with stakeholders for some of the concerns they have here, that, you collaborate with environmental justice organizations or low-income advocates. You do that, you get your support. It's easier for us to approve later.
Yes, we have a natural incentive to try to make it as smooth as possible. That's right.
Okay. Sounds good to me, but commissioners, Commissioner Partridge?
I have two questions very quick. One is to Commissioner Hom. So when you were talking about the virtual power plant, were you reflecting on the proposed CBIN revised 41, or were you just making that clear? Did you think there was a need for a change there? For example, C says an evaluation of and cost comparison between utility-owned and managed DCP model and alternative models. You sort of said there are no alternative models. So, or were you just clarifying to the parties? I'm just confused.
Okay, thank you. My understanding of this motion is a third party can develop it, and still Xcel has to control it.
Okay.
So I think even if third party develop and they financially own it, but Xcel has to have a complete control over. So that's why I said,
got it.
Either way, who owns it doesn't matter. As long as it's cost effective, there is no double dipping, I think I'm good.
Got it. And then my second question is actually just to clarify. So in point C, it says an evaluation of and cost comparison. And I am thinking of a cost comparison as sort of the costs and benefits comparison to say the benefits of this looks as such. You know, I'm thinking of kind of how it was written up, that this would be strategically placed distributed resources to maximize the value on the grid, to maximize the value to all ratepayers. And so if there is a difference in how you create that value or the value that is created based on a utility ownership model and a not utility ownership model, I'd like for that to be included, if that makes sense.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, I think that's fine. I mean, I don't know what this will look like, but I mean, I think we can certainly try to we can do to the best of our ability the cost and benefits comparison. Yeah,
What if, Commissioner Partridge, because I get what you're saying, what if we just said an evaluation of cost and benefit comparisons?
That'd be great. Mr. Dobson's, that was fine, did not
Try not to say that way anymore.
engender a lot of excitement, yeah. Okay, perfect. Perfect, because it's not just the cost of deploying the resource, but also the benefits that the system receives from the different models.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think what I was trying to think is I can think very clearly on the fly about what the cost difference can be. I don't know what the benefits difference would be, and that's what I was trying to think through. But we'll have a much better assessment in October.
Perfect.
Okay, anything else on the DCP? Then back to Commissioner Sullivan on data centers, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Sieben. I have some new language. Mr. Graham, he's got it. And I'll just move to, so I'm going to change, I'm comfortable with having just a standalone docket. So since just a standalone docket, then I'll move the date to July 16th because I don't think it's necessary that it comes in, in early June, and gives the company more time to develop something. I've accepted having just a single docket for this, accepting the language of super large customers included Mr. Gleckner's, I think, very helpful and important suggestion to put demand flexibility from super large customers in there. In terms of the initial proposed tariff, I think it's important that it just include the following factors to the conversation that Ms. Hinderly and I had earlier. But there is a catch here. If you scroll down to the bottom, and this is where I think that I understand. I mean, in the current rate case that's before us, the test year, there's no new data centers in 2025, and there is a data center in 2026. So the question I have for Xcel is on this language is the company okay with this provision, which would state that in short, that if a data center comes in that's not included in the current rate case, so something that would come online after 2026, so in the 2027 test year or beyond, that you would immediately file a new rate case.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan,
You're thinking.
I might need a break to be able to answer that one.
I see all your people back there.
Yeah.
They appreciate the advance notice of your surprise here, I think.
I liked how Mr. Graham kept it low, too. That's like a performer's
How about
timing.
if we move, well, Commissioner Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Steven. Before we go in break or any other things, can I ask you a question? What is the intention of putting this eventually in the rate case? Are you trying to capture the revenue from it? Or what is the intention of trying to put it in the rate case? I mean,
The current rate case?
either current or the future rate case, if your intention is trying to capture revenue, we may have a different venue to do it. So that's why I was wondering, do we have to put it in the rate case? And then if there is any other reason than capturing the revenue from it.
My thinking on this is that, these data centers, first of all, if Xcel has 2,700 megawatts of them that could come online before 2030 or somewhere there's about, and if Xcel were to decide not to file a rate case, that the impact of those would not be articulated back into rates, and that we could see significant impacts from a revenue perspective. And that is why I think it's important with a user that we're thinking could have the same usage as a city, that it's important that is included, and that's included in the class cost of service. So that's my answer to your question. It's not quite exactly what you're asking, but that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was speculating. That's why we may have a different solution, because there are three chunks of revenue comes from this: transmission line, distribution line, and generation. I think your intention is containing generation within that class. So without rate case, I don't think there's any impact to the ratepayers in one way or another on that portion. Transmission line definitely have an impact, but I do not know exactly what happened to the attachment, MISO attachment, or revenue and cost netting, and whether it's a flow through or not. If it's a flow through, I think we can capture it. Distribution, most likely they'll bypass it. I don't know how they're going to propose it, but also probably we can capture through the rider if that's the case. Most likely thing we are going to miss is sharing E&G cost with the rest of the ratepayers. So I agree with you. There is a missing revenue portion of it, but it may not be as big as you think if we have a different rider or a different way to capture this revenue.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Maratska what he's thinking? Mr. Maratska.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, Andrew Maratska, appearing on behalf of Xcel Large Industrials. It appears that the intent of this proposal is to be geared towards new super large load, but that's not necessarily clear in the wording of your decision option. And if existing super large load were somehow blended together here, that could create some unintended consequences. So XLI understands the intent of where you're going, but would hopefully there would be flexibility given to the company.
So this is why I kind of wanted to put some kind of, like we said, super large, but there's other super large loads out there that could get swept up. I mean,
Equitable.
Pardon?
You have to be equitable.
Yeah. But data centers seem to be unique. I wonder if we can define that.
Are your customers right now in what class? All of your customers?
Madam
are
Chair,
in what
they're in
class?
the demand build class. So
this is not creating, this is creating a new class on top of the demand.
But your concern is
Is that what you're saying?
that you could get swept up in this. That's what your concern is, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, yes, and how you would distinguish this incremental cost that you're focused on between a customer who's been on the system for decades and a new customer that's coming online is blurry at best.
But the proposal, Xcel will file their proposed tariff changes that will include a new class of, or subclass of your clients. And at that point, then there'll be a proceeding, right, Commissioner Sullivan?
Right.
Where you'll be enabled, or you'll have the ability to weigh in with like what they filed and whether that works for your existing clients or not, and then offer modifications to their proposal, right?
Yeah, like
Commissioner Sullivan, so
this is the first cut at it, yeah.
I'm hearing your concern, and I'm not saying we should dismiss them. I'm just saying I think at least that, I'm not sure about the new rate case stuff, if you were speaking to that at all, but this initial proposed tariff change, if he's creating it in a new docket, like we could still hear your concerns once they file their proposal, right?
But you, Mr. Maratska, to Commissioner Stevens, I mean, like, you would give you comfort if it was, like, if we added the phrase in there, new super large data center customers.
Or similar data centers.
Or similar, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, that's correct, because it seems to imply that this is a peak demand driven proposal, and yet in the words, but in spirit, it doesn't seem like it's limited to that. It's peak demand plus new.
So is there some language that would bring you comfort for saying their initial proposed tariff must include the following factors? Because I still think, if I'm understanding it, it's still like their proposal, right, Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Barlow on behalf of Xcel Energy. I have burned enough time for Mr. Dobson to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow, and I have not heard the question. I apologize.
Mr. Maratska is saying like he's worried that what you're going to file might not account for some of his existing customers and how they relate to data centers. And my thinking is like it's a proposal. He will have an opportunity to weigh in on the tariff filing, or are we still doing a new docket here? In the new docket about how to modify what you propose. So we don't have to like skin the cat right now. We can just say, what is his concern? You will consider it and file whatever you think is best, and then he'll have the opportunity to weigh in later. I'm trying to just like not solve the problem right now, but give you enough comfort so that you can still, if you thought of language you'd like to add, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think even if it were as slight a modification as to saying the initial proposed tariff may include but not be limited to the following factors, I think we all understand what the commission is trying to get at, and there will be flexibility there for us to have full insight into the appropriate arguments that are to be made at the time of the filing.
Does that work for Xcel? And then
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that would be a helpful addition. The other thing
Okay, can we go back? I want to make sure I understand it. So that would be under the initial proposal, the initial proposed tariff may include, but I mean, I think I'd prefer must include, but are not limited to, because I want to be.
You want those factors to be
Yeah.
for sure in there.
Right.
But there could be more, is what you're trying to say. So may should be must.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I was just trying to work around
Sure.
a simple edit without having to edit the subsequent bullet points, because ensuring that all incremental costs attributed to super large customers is what's giving me the heartburn. So I was trying to provide enough flexibility given the specificity of the direction that you had there for us to comment at the time of the filing.
Okay, let me read my multitude of messages here. Hold on.
Just one question while he's looking. We had talked about trying to narrow this down. It may help Mr. Maraska. I get new, but to me, it's, and maybe I'm using the phrase wrong, but this high capacity factors, guys who burn a lot all the time, as opposed to people who are kind of big customers now on the line, have a lot of programs with you, but these guys got to burn all the time, and that's the different beast. So I don't know if we can limit it by saying something along the line with a capacity factor similar to a data center or something in there, and then we just say these large, as opposed to.
That makes sense to me. What Commissioner Toom is saying, let's just call it out and say, new super large data centers that are larger than 100 megawatts that have a load factor.
I wouldn't even say data, I would just say similar to data centers. That way, if there's something else out there that we don't know about, like a hydrogen,
like a new
production
aluminum,
facility, aluminum factory or whatever. I don't know.
So thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things. I think that is makes sense to me. I mean, we definitely get what you're getting at, and to the extent you want to sort of make in the decision of something like ancillary to data centers or data center load, I think we can work with that and make sense. The only other thing I would say about the bullet points and your language, I get where you're coming from on wanting to include this. I'll just note that I don't know if, as we think about this longer, how feasible some of these are. We just haven't had a lot of time to think about it. But what I think, the way I'm interpreting this, and I think the way we might be able to kind of kill two birds with one stone, for lack of a better way of saying it, is it doesn't prohibit us from filing alternative tariffs. So if at some point down the road we could file a tariff that is filling out this bullet point, that's our initial proposed tariff, and we could in the same filing say, for these reasons we don't think these provisions work, here's an alternative that you would have something that complies with this, but it's not preventing us from sort of giving this the flexibility we want. I don't think you need to do anything to decision option to do that. I'm just informing you that's how I'm thinking about that.
Okay.
Could say must include, or an explanation why you didn't include it too.
The initial proposal must include the following factors.
Those factors aren't included.
If any of them are not a description of why, we could just say consider then.
Yeah, just consider. And then it solves the problem.
They all know.
They all know you're watching them.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I have a question of your intention of this tariff language. Are you contemplating that moving existing data center, we already approved the one contract, that data center into this class, or how are we going to isolate that data center? So I don't know the intention. Probably that was one of your questions, that somehow your existing large industrial customer can swap into this one, not knowing which is the incremental cost for them. So that's why, are we trying to move everybody meeting that standard into it, or are we going to give a grandfathering some of those data center from this?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's something I've been thinking about, and I don't have necessarily a great answer. But I mean, one of the reasons that I want to get ahead of this and do it soon is so that we're not faced with a situation where we have 2,300 or 3,000 or 4,000 megawatts of data centers that have significant impacts on other customers, and then it's too late. So I'm trying to, that's the motivation, and I recognize we have one that's coming, and I don't know, and maybe I could just turn to the company, like how would that be tracked in, or I suppose the ESA has to be, it's a contract, and under the terms of, the rules of the road at the time it was signed, but, I mean, I don't know how, would it get tracked in to a new, say in 2029 you have a rate case and, we create a new super large user above 90%, larger than 100 megawatt data center class or whatever. Would that potentially come in, or how do you see that?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, certainly the sales and the revenues of that is going to come into the revenue requirement need. And that's set in the ESA that we have signed. In terms of, I'll be honest, I haven't thought about how that then impacts things like the class cost of service study and other factors, but I think when we filed the ESA, we did an incremental cost test, which is showing that the revenues from that data center are going to exceed the costs to add the data center to the system. So then the revenues and the costs will come into the rate case, but we've already determined that the revenues exceed the costs, so those benefits will flow through into the rate case. I think I hope that's answering the question that you're asking.
Can I just, in the interest of trying to move this ahead, I think the good thing about your language, Commissioner Sullivan, is like they're going to make a filing in July. They're going to have until July to think about the filing, again, to talk to other customers that they want to, including Mr. Moratzka's clients, the data centers, and then they're going to come back and file a proposal that includes all these factors or a discussion of them. And then we'll have the chance to work it out with the company. And so I don't think we have to solve all of these problems right now, as long as we say that, give them enough flexibility to say you should consider all these things and then come back and address it in your filing. That's the way I'm thinking about it, and that's the way I want to just not get too far down the drain of data centers right now, because we're doing the IRP. But I do think that this is a really good framework then, Commissioner Sullivan, and I appreciate that you've worked on this so much, because I think we are going to get to the really important points here then. The thing that's still outstanding for me is, is that the right language for the rate case filings that they'd have to file? I don't know if we need to decide that now, or if we could just decide that when the filing comes up, or what commissioners are thinking about that. But I like the way you're moving this, and I think it's going to work. And I hope that's helpful for the way I'm thinking about it.
I mean, I think that's right. I think that, maybe we could do, I think what I would like to do is whenever we take a break, I'll just take a 5-minute break and then just confer with staff, and then just kind of, with everything we've heard here, try to come up with something that threads the needle. But I think you're right. I don't think we need to overbake the cake, so.
Yeah, and maybe staff, if we need more direction, that we can have a comment period or whatever staff needs to make sure that happens.
Right.
Is good to just make sure we get the language right.
Yeah. I didn't hear from Xcel though on my last point.
Mm-hmm. On
I know Commissioner
filing the rate
Hams.
case?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that too, but.
Or what you wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to talk?
I'd hard to imagine they wouldn't want to come in for a rate case at some point in the near future, because they're going to have the gas plant that's going to be out. It's just, to me,
we don't need to encourage it, but I think the point is I think what Commissioner Sullivan's point earlier was if these large customers come on, we approve ESAs in the meantime that ensure that ratepayers are paying their fair, or that the data centers are paying their fair share for all the costs, then once we need to have another rate case at some point to spread the revenue across the remaining customers to ensure that they're seeing the benefits. But the only question is, like, I don't know if right now, we could still in the tariff filing or in this filing, then later decide. Maybe we should just say parties shall consider and comment on like whether we should require a rate case no later than November 1st of the whatever.
A lot of that'll be obvious when we do the ESA. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that's, I would assume we would know more at that stage, and we feel there's a problem, we could always order you in.
Or we can make that decision in this filing too, once we have more details about it. I don't know what.
I hate to bind us too much is what that's why I'm struggling with the last part.
Yeah.
I think we have the tools in the toolbox that we could use to make it happen if we had to.
Madam Chair, what if Commissioner Sullivan, you could put something in here that says put forward a proposal? Because I feel like the date may cause problems if a data center comes online on October 15th, you know, and then November 1, you have to file a rate case. So maybe there's a discussion of like, how quickly could the company reasonably come forward with a rate case after a large data center comes online? We could add it to this tariff docket as a discussion, like the chair said, you know.
Or like staff just is helping out me a lot today. That we can also like put that in the notice of comment to require Xcel to comment on it, and then parties could comment on it too.
Sounds great.
If you want to do that. But I get that you still want to take a break and refine the language. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking it all through. I don't have like, I'd be interested to hear what the company says too, or, you know.
Mr. Dobson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sullivan, I think we would prefer making a decision on what future rate case, how this would roll into rate cases in the docket. I think that would be our first preference rather than deciding here that it would happen. If you want to go down this path, I would have a couple of tweaks to the language.
What path? On the language
Of the
up
path
above?
of ordering the rate case today. I would have some tweaks to this language to make it work, but I think I will say I think we prefer the path of let us make the filing, you can evaluate all of the filing, and then at the end of that decide how you want to roll that into. First, whether you want to adopt a tariff, I mean, that's sort of a question. Establish a new class. There's sort of these big questions, and whatever you decide, then how you want to roll that into rates, I think would sort of follow in that proceeding, but that would be our preference.
I'm just thinking.
Do you need a break to think? Till
It'd be good because then people aren't looking at me.
yeah, otherwise they're looking at me like, what are you doing? So I appreciate that. So if we break until 2:30, is that sufficient, Commissioner Sullivan? Okay, and then commissioners, if you're not working on this, maybe we could just look through what remaining things we need to discuss before we rely on Commissioner Hum to pull it all together for us. So the commission stands in recess until 2:30.
There he is.
back from its
There you are.
the commission will come back from its recess. Commissioner Sullivan.
Okay, I think we have, I'm hoping that this is, addresses what we've heard before. So I will drop the language about requiring a rate case after a new super large user comes in. That trigger language that I had at the end. And then here we are, we can see it. We have, in this new language, so we have the July 16th date for a new filing. And this will be focused in on just one new docket where we'll be discussing this, a new rate class or a subclass for super large customers, which as a part of this proceeding, we will define what those super large customers are, new super large customers are. And then a question that I have for the company, though, is are all data centers coming in, are they going to be signing ESAs, or are some of them just going to be taking the tariffed rate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, as of right now, they are all signing ESAs. I think it would be hard to bring on a customer that big without an ESA because it addresses things beyond just rates. So I don't know definitely, but I would imagine that they would all have ESAs.
Okay. So then the one addition that I put in here, you can see it in, or there's two things that you can see in here that are in green, that as a part of this docket, Xcel shall discuss how existing and future ESAs will be incorporated into a future rate case. And then under the language there, you can see the second one where we put the initial proposed tariff must include the following non-exclusive factors. So this is basically the floor. Other things can be included. And then I got rid of the rate case language. I think that hopefully takes care of it. Or not.
Who did you want to talk to anyone or see if anybody else thinks it's a good idea, or just your?
I don't really want to know if anybody thinks it's a good idea.
Got it this far.
We're getting.
We're just all hip shots here, you know.
I feel the pain. Okay, so
we can. I mean, I can ask if they can just thumbs up it, thumbs down. Seeing thumbs up, thumbs up.
Okay.
Mr. Pranis. Okay, we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Or Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Siebert. Commissioner Sullivan, okay, for your new 81, do you want to keep it as a separate, or do you want to merge that into the Commissioner Partridge's 80, or do you think that Partridge 80 is good enough for you to drop this?
I'm going to go look at my original language and then re-get my thoughts. I think we can. I'm okay with. Mr. Dobson had indicated that there were concerns with that. Ms. Partridge, Commissioner Partridge had also indicated that. So I'm okay just with folks knowing that, you know, I'm concerned about this, and for what that matters, I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, delaying in resource plans. So I'm good. We can just
drop it.
Get rid of it.
Okay, thank you. And then another clarification with Commissioner Tuma and Commissioner Partridge. So your alternative 32, are you okay with my modified one, and you can drop yours?
Yes. And along that lines, I think people understand that's what is going to be part of that discussion anyways when we get back, when it comes back around to us. And so I don't think we need to be as specific as we were, but.
Mm-hmm. That's
okay,
good.
thank you. Yeah, I'm done with the following up with the commissioner's option, but I have a few questions with the parties. Can I go ahead?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think LIUNA and other labor groups, and for the decision option 12, Xcel Energy doesn't want us to make a decision on that one because it is in Wisconsin jurisdiction.
French Island plant.
Yeah.
And so the question is, do parties think we should do decision option 12 now that Xcel has withdrawn its support of that? Mr. Pranis?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner Hom. I think that's fine. I think we're happy to defer to the utility on that question in terms of what the appropriate timing is. Obviously, we support the facility. We think it's important, but whether it has to get decided here and now or elsewhere is we're not concerned with. Thank you.
Well, it's out of our jurisdiction, but we could put in there. I mean, it's so small that it's not significant, but we could include the French Island plant to 2040 for planning purposes. I mean but it's not very big. I mean, for planning purposes, for nuclear plants, a whole lot different than this little French Island place. But I mean, it's baked in. It's baked in the numbers, and that's all that really matters for us. So.
Okay, thank you. And then next one is CEO, department, and company. So decision option 49 to 53. So company, do you think you can manage this 49 to 53? There was some concern on Tuesday on this issue. So.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom. I think, from our perspective, we thought that the settlement, the 46 through 48 really captured sort of the equity issues. I think it gives us a lot of flexibility. This gets a little more specific and prescriptive, and I think from our perspective, there's plenty of direction within the settled decision options for us to keep pushing that priority for the commission.
Okay, thank you. And for the department?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, the department would be fine if the commission wants to adopt these. In general, we think a lot of these are reporting requirements without a clear use or resulting mandate on the utility. And so we're a little concerned about reporting for the sake of reporting. So, and I think also, as Mr. Dobson stated, some of these are already duplicative with other things that are being reported. So we're completely fine if the commission likes some of these and wants to adopt them, but we're not really fighting for any of them because we're not sure they're really going to move the needle on any of the utilities' behavior.
Okay, thank you. And CEO, after you heard these two, do you still strongly support these 49 to 53?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I guess I would respond that, particularly 50, 51, 52, 53 aren't reporting requirements. They're a planning meeting, diversity workforce summit, things relating to an executive reporting to the Equity Advisory Board. So, I think that those are still useful. I don't think they're big lifts. And I think we're flexible on timing for the planning meeting, for the summit. So, this isn't the end of the world by any means, but we think these are useful.
Okay, thank you. Go back to company. Even if it is some sort of a duplicative, but it's a simple report, are you okay with adopting 51, 52, 53?
Commissioner Hom, I don't know that. Sorry, are we talking? Maybe I misunderstood the question. Are you asking about 51, 52, 53, or are you asking about 50?
Yes. 51, 52, 53.
Okay, because I don't think those are merely reporting requirements. I mean, I think 52, for example, is requiring, a specific high-level individual to attend meetings of the EJAB. I mean, I think we've taken that seriously, and I think we've shown that we've taken that very seriously. But it helps to have that flexibility to send people who don't report directly to the president. And so I mean, that's just one example, but I think we would continue to appreciate just the flexibility of what we settled to with 46 through 48.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Hum. I just have a quick question with the ongoing, there's an ongoing docket associated with the EJAB, is that correct?
Yes.
So we will be getting, thank you, we will be getting information and reporting through that, and perhaps even a planning meeting through that docket. So
I also think my modified, whatever number it was that we talked about earlier, is sweeping up again the reporting requirements in a standardized format. So the intention is there's already a requirement in 216C for utilities to report. That right now the utilities are reporting to the department. There's a disagreement over how to report. The commission is now saying under the IRP, we are going to tell Xcel in what format to report the utility reporting stats that are in 216C. The commission already has the authority, because we can have a planning meeting on these issues whenever we want, or to bring the department in and talk about it. Like, I think we can already do that under what we're doing right now, and not just we do that. And so I don't know if we need necessarily like 51 where it requires Xcel to propose a timeline of when to do that, because we already do it in alignment with when our DEI committee and our director of DEI, is tracking this and tells us to do it. So I feel good about skipping 51. I'll just say that because we already are doing that. Regarding 52, I mean, I think Mr. Dobson just articulated, like, us requiring Xcel to send an executive to someone who reports directly to the
Managing maybe
is a lot, but it's a good idea. And then, or it's sort of, if you guys want to do it, I'm fine with it. And then, but 53, Mr. Dobson, I think it's consistent with moving the ball forward for EJAB and our diversity reporting, and it doesn't, I think it's duplicative because you're already doing it. You already have EJAB established, and you're working with EJAB to better understand how to prioritize and incentivize investments and economic benefits for underserved communities. So to Mr. Gleckner's point, like, maybe we could do 53 in addition to the CBIN new reporting and the stuff that's in the settlement. Does that sound okay?
Madam Chair, I think 53 is the one that gives us the least. Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't know if that's a solution, but that's sort of the way I see the landscape of, like, we are continuing to do what we can to push the ball forward on equity, and the commission will remain committed to that as directed by the legislature too. So I want this to be like everyone understands that we really appreciate the stakeholder input here on what we should do, and we are, like, pushing the utility forward in this direction. At least that's the way I see it.
Problem with it, Madam Chair, but again, how much we want to clutter this order with these things, if we're going to be doing it already, or it's already being done through through that docket. That's only, you're going to have a pretty cluttered order the way it is right now.
We just adopt 53
well,
in addition to the settlement?
Again, I have no problem with it. Yeah, it's 10 words, but
okay.
It's just, after you keep adding on, it gets to be cluttered.
Okay, can I move on then? Okay, and then, between 72 and 73, I need to ask a department about 73. So there is no indication whether the department is supporting or opposing 73 instead of 72.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I think that we clarified this on Tuesday. We support 73, that the naturally occurring energy efficiency should not count towards the energy savings goals. But if the commission does not adopt 73, then we strongly recommend 72, that if they're going to count that naturally occurring energy efficiency, they need to clearly document how they're estimating what that is.
Okay, thank you. So 71 and 73 will do.
That's correct.
Thank you. And for the 78 and 79, it's a department and Xcel. Department is supporting it. And about Xcel, are you opposing 78 and 79?
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Hom, I just want to make sure I'm following. I thought that 78, I thought Chair Siebens' modification.
77A, and when I asked, and Chair Stevens said that 78 and 79 are separate from 77A.
I think my numbering is kind of like wacky, so don't
Oh.
read too much into my numbering. But your question is about 78?
And 79.
I thought you said, my notes say that you said 77A, your 77A was supposed to be all-inclusive of those, but that's my notes. I could be wrong.
I asked that question,
Yeah.
but it wasn't clear. The answer wasn't clear.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hum, I understand. Yeah, I was thinking my 77 would replace 77. My 77A would replace 77.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. I apologize. You know, I think for 78 and 79, I think we're in the same boat as I was earlier on 49 through 53, where we thought that the sort of both the equity and the workforce issues were captured in the settlement, but so I think we're not in favor of those two, but for that reason.
Thank you. The department.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I think the department feels 78 and 79 are more prescriptive than what's already in the settlement. And we like these decision options, but we're not going to, we acknowledge there's some broader equity things in the settlement. And if the commission feels that those are sufficient, that's fine. But we do think that 78 and 79 are good prescriptive requirements that will help move in a more equitable direction on these issues.
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioner Wick, Commissioner Hom, 78 and 79, you could ask for this in the next IRP there, but what you're saying is we're likely going to ask for them, so why don't you put them in up front?
That's correct, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. I think when we have to go out and make IRs and it takes 10 days and then there's a response, it just slows down the entire process. Whereas if we know we want this information, the company will collect it in advance, make it easy to review, and I think they'll be more thoughtful about it.
Back to the company then, if they asked you for this in an IR, you wouldn't object to it and not answer it, or are you saying these are not related to a future IR?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I don't know. I'll say I'm not going to die on the hill of 78 and 79. We oppose them, but if the commission wants to go there, that's right.
Chair Stephen, one thing I want to point out is that in 79, it requires what looks like specific surveys to different groups. So it would be difficult, I think, to say in 10 days get the results, you know?
Well, this is for my understanding, Commissioner Partridge's, and the reason my 77 wasn't tied to this is because this is for their next IRP. It's info that will be
Right.
filed then. And so my 77 was attempting to streamline the reporting for now.
Right.
So that we could start to get it all straight. So I don't know about this. I trust Dr. Lieb that these are all good things to ask for the next IRP, but how easy or hard it is to do and how it aligns with the other reporting we're now doing, I haven't like looked at it enough to figure that out. So I'm not against it. I just don't know, I guess.
Thank you.
That's fine. I think Dr. Liebe just said that they have to issue IRs to get this information, and I was saying I don't think that would work well for that last one, just because they wouldn't have the data unless they had gone forward ahead of the next IRP to gather the data.
I see.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah,
all.
that is a good perspective. Okay, hopefully this is the last one. The company on the modeling issue, on Tuesday, I heard from Dr. Rocco saying he wasn't able to replicate your most recent one due to the inconsistent flagging. So either Mr. Shaw or who is going to run the next one, is it first time department is having this issue? As far as I know, I think this is not the first time this is happening. What is the way to prevent this thing happening again so department can do this thing?
And prevent extension requests.
Yes.
Commissioner Hom, yeah, Christopher Shaw with the department. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. I'm apparently more tired than Chair Sieben. Sorry. I think I was thinking about opening files at the department. I think we have had some issues. I was hoping we had them resolved. We had done some additional process where we're checking files, like separately checking that we could open the files and have all the runs run correctly prior to sending them to the department. And then we also started putting together sort of a direction sheet that kind of identifies which files match, what names in the scenarios in the filing, so that we tried to make it so it was sort of easy to follow. I don't know specifically what didn't work in the files that Dr. Rocco was referring to. We attempted to send some files like as soon as we could because there was concern about the timing in this particular docket, and so as soon as we got data from bidders, we attempted to put together input files as quickly as possible and send them out before we had done our own analysis. And so I know there were some issues there that just was because we were rushed, I guess, in putting together those files. I'm not actually sure if those are the ones Dr. Rocco was talking about or not, because then we did have final files that we used for the October settlement.
Yeah,
I think we were close to having some resolution on this, so we're happy to work with the department and figure this out.
Yeah, thank you. I think he can speak if he wants, but my understanding is the flag you are using to run the model, which can change the outcome of the model. So if those flag is not, if you change it after you run your final run, and then you change it for the other things, and if you don't give that clear on and off those flag to the department close to impossible to replicate your run. I don't know how many flags you are using since I haven't done any Encompass, but in that case, and if it's not a first time happening, we need some quality control at the company to make sure that you are documenting those flags one way or another. For example, you can do screenshot for every flag you are using and give those to department when you're giving your full, or even before you do the internal check with your model, making sure that that screenshot matches what you are giving to department and CEO.
I think those are helpful suggestions, Commissioner. We had, and like I said, we had actually done a pretty significant effort to try to include those checks and those I think we do even had screenshots that we've sent to the department in terms of the model, the modeling files. So I don't know specifically. I think in this last round what issues Dr. Rocco ran into. They might be different ones.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure that you are communicating with the CEO and department. They are the one running your model. And then hopefully that because they cannot run your model, we need to delay the proceeding. That's a huge loss of time for everybody. So I want to make sure that you guys are doing quality control over that one.
Yeah, definitely. We have instituted new processes, and we'll have to, I guess, go through them again.
Okay. Thank you.
It feels like we're getting to the ready for an overall motion, Commissioner Hum. Is that your feeling?
Yes, I'll try.
Okay, so do we want to move slow enough or fast enough? So how?
It'll be very slow.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let's start with my alternate one, and can you show it on the screen so everybody understand what we are approving?
And then I think what we'll have to do is, after you put out the motion, Commissioner Hum, and we all have a chance to see it, like this new, we'll just take a break too, at least for 5 minutes or so commissioners can make sure they know what they're voting on.
So can you scroll up so making sure that D and E are gone? Okay, thank you. That's my first motion.
Commissioner Hom, just to clarify, so for the bidders under B.
Oh, yes, thank you, yeah.
You want that struck out?
Yep.
And I think also with C, we had the 30 days changed to 6 months, and we have a little more language for 30 days before the next rate case filing, whichever is sooner.
Yep.
Is that
Whichever is sooner it should be there.
okay? This works for you?
Yep, thank you. Okay, next one is a 7-9A.
But you also, just to be clear, as we go through the decision options, the ones that are marked settlement, you don't need to move because they're included in the settlement?
Yes.
Okay, just so everybody's clear, like that's why you didn't move 9, but just 9A, because
Yep.
we already, 9 is part of the settlement.
Okay. 10, 11. $16.
So we're doing, okay, not Xcel modified 16. We're doing 16.
Yes.
Which is the 7 to 80. Okay.
Would actually encourage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to.
And then same reason, 18, I think you can come back and we can discuss. 18.
18 or 18?
18.
18. Right.
The staff option of 18? The one that says staff option?
Yeah, regular 18, not the Xcel modified.
Do you have a date to insert on 18 or?
Yeah, I didn't think about the date, so we maybe help to decide that.
Just see a date insert, so.
Yep. And department modified the 20. And TUMA 31A as modified. Can you bring up the screen?
And 31A, just A1.
Yeah, 2 should be stricken,
That 2 should be gone.
right? $36, $37. And 7 revised 41. Okay. 53. $54, $55, $56, $57. $60, $61.
Oh, wait, your
New 60?
60, do you
Oh,
mean
yeah, yeah.
Sullivan
Sorry,
now?
yeah. Sorry.
Do we want to
No, no.
rehash the?
So rehash. No 60, no 61. Sullivan 68. Thank you.
I'm just teasing.
Wait a minute, I like 60.
Too soon to joke with Commissioner Sullivan.
Too soon, Joe.
So now we are clear that no 60, no 61 is just a Sullivan 68.
We should maybe just call it Sullivan. Not even number it.
Expose.
Yes.
68, 69, 70. $71, $73. $77A. Okay. 78, 79.
Partridge, 280. Okay. Oh, I thought it sounded like you were done.
And the new 80.
Do any commissioners have questions for Commissioner Hom on the motion?
I do. I have a question. So 60 new we worked on. There was this existing 61 that was included based on a recommendation from the Prairie Island Indian community, and it really pulls out the impact of these new large loads on the Prairie Island nuclear facility. We didn't really have that in the new. Would it be possible to just scoop 61 back in?
Commissioner Hom, the good thing about 61 too is it's directed for the next IRP,
right?
Which I don't think the Sullivan 60A does. So I think we should. It's a good catch. We should include it. It was broadly supported by the Prairie Island Xcel, the OAG, and the department. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I somehow missed that one. Thank you. 61.
And then staff or for, I guess, the department, since it's the eco possible filing or the company on the decision option 18, it requires a date by which you're going to file, fulfill the requirements of the program or in a proposed filing in front of the commission by.
Dr. Lieb, do you have a suggested date for when the eco modifications will be filed?
Chair Sieben, I don't have one right now. I can try to phone a friend and see if Anthony Fryer is available right now, but
it looks like Jessica Peterson from Xcel has an idea.
Phone a friend.
She probably knows when we're already doing something, right? Or they're doing a filing.
And to be honest, this is a staff option too, so it's not surprising that.
Or we could set the date by the executive secretary after, if we don't know now. Ms. Peterson, welcome. Please state your name.
I'm Jessica.
Doesn't look like it because it's not going to you.
I'm Jessica Peterson, Xcel Energy. Commissioner Sieben, for the date of when you might want to be able to file that. I'm trying to think through. We have a filing due for the triennial, or the next triennial, in June 1st of next year. So we're actively planning for that. If we want something prior to that time, I would have to say sometime in October.
October of 25. Dr. Lieb, you think that works?
Chair Sieben, I think that seems reasonable.
I would say by October 31st.
By Halloween.
Or some other time established by the executive secretary. That gives you a little flexibility to call staff and say, wait, that was a dumb idea. It was one of those crazy Tuma ideas we were changing, so how's that?
Other questions on the motion? And then once everybody is clear on what the motion is, then we'll still take a break and let commissioners make sure they understand it, and we can then ask parties their thoughts on the overall motion too when we come back from a break. Because I think we should give them a minute to see what the motion is too.
Can I make one suggestion for the break? In looking closer at 78 and 79, if folks could just reflect on whether this gives you the guidance you would need to respond, or if there needs to be something that's a little broader, maybe the company could work with the department to flesh this out, if that would be more helpful. Because I think my initial read of this is that I might, if I were in your shoes, to Xcel, need a little more specificity around this. But if you guys feel good, then that's fine.
I like that idea to
Yeah.
It's a pre-filing of what they're going to request, so it just requires them to work in advance. I like that idea.
Yeah.
So it should be in their next IRP Xcel in consultation with the department.
Yeah, and maybe then you take out some of the subpoints and it just says, yes, in this next IRP, Xcel shall work with the department to develop and provide a summary of outcomes of ...
Like that.
But I don't want to take out any important details from that.
So, not exactly sure who to address here, but commissioners, I think the department likes that idea. I also think that given what's happening at the federal level, these may not be exactly the right things. Some of the resources to identify environmental justice areas may no longer be available. And I think giving a bit more flexibility here, given that it is for the next IRP, so I think it's a good idea. I think that we appreciate that suggestion. So
Would
I don't know,
that
we
mean
need
that
to
you
discuss
only
it.
think 78 is
I think
best
70
then,
and
or
79.
is one better than the other? If you want less specificity and more general direction to work with a company to come up with your own outcomes. Oh, that's energy efficiency. Sorry.
I think they're distinct, but I think giving us direction to work with the company, or the company direction to work with us to scope out exactly what we want in the next IRP is probably appropriate.
And Chair Sieben, can we apply that kind of framing to 79 as well?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure I know what I'm saying either.
I think it should say Xcel shall work with the department to include a summary of the outcomes, and then shall work with the department to provide a more systematic documentation.
Right, and then I think you can just strike where it says the summary should include A, B, C, D. You could strike that, so like then it's something that the department and the company work to develop those categories or specifics around the next filing. And I think the same on 78, it could say work with the department to develop and provide more documentation on participant opinions that procedural justice processes are fair, period. I think
Commissioner Partridge, that's a good idea, and I support the direction you're going. On the break, we'll give, since it is the department's language, them the opportunity to modify this in the way that Dr. Lee suggested. So we'll come back to that, but and give them the opportunity to say what she's asking for, and then we can do that after the break if that works.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks.
Okay, anything else on the overall motion? Then I'm hearing nothing, so we're going to take a break until 3:30, and we'll come back and then ask parties' opinions on the overall motion.
Hey there. You're missing.
You're missing.
No, it's still open. It's live. No. John's mic is open.
I just tried to bring him up.
Vice Chair Sullivan? You ready?
I need a couple more minutes.
I saw that. The commission will come back from its recess, and now I think we should take the opportunity to hear from parties if they had any well, first, sorry, let's go back to the department. Dr. Lieb, you suggested language on 78 and 79, which Commissioner Hom pulled into his overall motion. I sort of was thinking like 77 already kind of addressed this, but as I said, this is for the next IRP. So if you have suggested language that you want the commission to adopt here, why don't you summarize it for us or tell us what you worked out on the break?
Chair Sieben, I think Xcel might actually have the language exactly, but I'm going to, Matt, do you have it?
Hi, welcome back to the commission, Mr. Harris. We haven't had you appearing in for a while. Please state your name.
Chair Sieben and Commissioners, Matt Harris on behalf of Xcel Energy. I think this is the language that we worked out, but Dr. Lee will correct me if I'm wrong. So for 78, it would say, in its next IRP, Xcel must work with the department to include a summary of the outcomes of existing energy efficiency and renewable energy adoption programs as it pertains to underrepresented instead of diverse groups, period. That's the decision option for 78. For 79, it would say, ahead of its next IRP, Xcel must work with the department to develop outreach to groups that historically have not participated in the IRP process, period. Yeah. Ahead of its next IRP, Xcel must work with the department to develop outreach to groups that historically have not participated in the IRP process.
I like that because then when the commission gets your IRP filing, often we direct the company to hold stakeholder meetings in communities, and this will then, I assume, also encompass how to do that and make sure your IRP filing is inclusive and helps reach people who normally don't like to partake in these fun proceedings like we're having today, right?
Yeah, Chair Sieben, I think this is better because it is an action where you're actually taking action to ensure that you're doing more proactive outreach and getting people into, getting their voices into the process as opposed to just reporting after the fact. So I think that's a step in the right direction. I think it's great.
Commissioner Hom, will you incorporate those two changes into your motion?
Yes.
Great. And then was there anything, did we work out the date? Or is there anything else in the overall motion we need to? Okay, then on the overall motion, I'd like to hear from parties before the commissioners make comments on it too, if that's okay. So starting with Xcel.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think overall we like the motion. I think it makes sense. There's just one issue I just want to point out. I think you're aware of it, but I just want to point out the relationship between decision option 73 and decision option 16. Just to be clear, as we modeled our IRP, that 780 gigawatt hours included naturally occurring. So I think we're going to have to go back and really think about this because I understand, I've understood the discussion that you don't want naturally occurring to count. It's just that is increasing the energy efficiency since we have included in the modeling. So
Commissioner Sullivan.
I'm wondering how you modeled 780 gigawatt hours of energy efficiency, so you backed that out of the model, right? And it doesn't really matter where the source of it comes from, you're just backing that out of the model. And what we've done is just told you, yes, you need to continue doing that, right? I don't understand what.
Yeah, well, I might need to call somebody, but as what we're saying is the 780 that we are going to achieve includes, and here the 582 gigawatt hours of programmatic
Right.
Energy efficiency, and then the balance being naturally occurring. That's how we modeled it in the last IRP. That's how we modeled it in this IRP. So I think I just want to make sure there's this distinction between not wanting us to count the naturally occurring, which I understand you don't want us to count that. But what the effect of that is, if we keep the 780, we're increasing the programmatic. We're not keeping it the same as the last IRP. We're actually increasing that energy efficiency.
Because you'll have organic on top of it, and you're trying. What you're saying is we'd have to adjust that. So,
right. So I think all I would say is to keep it consistent with the last IRP and what we had agreed to in decision option 16. You would change 780 to 580.
You're going to have to model more energy efficiency. That's what.
Madam Chair, so
Commissioner Partridge.
If I can clarify, so what he's saying is that in the last IRP, that 780 included some naturally occurring. We're ordering here, you can't have that naturally occurring. It's not going to count towards your achievement. So he's saying we have to go back to 16 and reduce that by the amount of naturally occurring because we're not allowing them to count it.
In this 5-year action plan covered under the 2019 order, right?
Yes. What?
Yes. Mr. Dobson saying yes. And so the effect of if we proceed with what Commissioner Hom is proposing is the company will have to go out and fill that gap for the existing time frame we're in. Is that right?
Right. We would have to obtain more than
to comply with the 2019 order. Just so everybody, I'm just trying to say, I think that's okay, but Commissioner Hom?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Sieben. In that case, I think I'll ask the department whether 72 is more appropriate than 73 to giving the flexibility.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, I think that that's right. If we're going to keep the 780, then 72. I think if the option is keeping 780 with 72 to quantify the naturally occurring or lowering the 780 and taking out the naturally occurring, the department would prefer to keep the 780 and include the naturally occurring.
Chair Stephen, I have a question. Why? Because the way I'm looking at it is number 73 is basically a methodological change. Like we are cleaning this up. Didn't realize naturally occurring was in the 780. Now we've all gotten smarter. We understand that. Let's clean up this methodology. I want to point out that the way that we're claiming savings going forward in ECO will include some savings attributed to codes, so that naturally occurring is getting a lot squishier and different. So I don't ever want to reduce the amount of efficiency, but this is sort of I don't think that actually reduces any efficiency really. What it's doing is just saying, let's clean up your methodology, 580 or whatever it is, 5 something, is the stuff that you have in your plan. Now, if we want you to do more, we'll just ask you to do more next time. We'll say do 650 next time. But the plan is what they actually create. And then this naturally occurring, they have no control over. We're starting to shift where, the buckets that savings will be in. But again, I would never say this, that I want to reduce the efficiency they're doing, but I don't think that's what happens here. I think we're cleaning up a methodology going forward, and it might be reasonable to just reduce the amount in 16 to reflect the programmatic efficiency that the company is actually procuring.
So you're saying do Xcel modified 16 instead, Commissioner Partridge?
I'm saying just take the 16 and to Mr. Dobson's point, I think we just need to edit the 780 to be the other number, which I'm blanking on, 5-something.
580.
580. And then we keep 73 so that going forward, we have very clean and clear direction about what the company should be modeling and claiming.
The challenge with that is it says as ordered in the 2019 IRP, and I don't want to go back and mess with our last order, but maybe we could just say.
Can we strike that?
Strike that.
Yeah.
And then it would be fine.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think you would strike that and then you would just add the word programmatic for energy savings. So it'd be 582 of programmatic energy savings, period.
And that's, just to be clear, that's for, we're not changing what we ordered you to do in the last IRP, though. You're not changing anything. You're not reducing your energy savings, right? Okay, just to be, no one's going to accuse us of backtracking.
Let the journalists in the back hear that again. We're not reducing any energy efficiency that the company is required to do.
Well, I kind of like the round number of 600, Madam Chair. I don't know if Commissioner Partridge is open to that, but
700. Let's go shoot for the moon. I just want to make it clear that it's programmatic.
Okay,
I'm good.
what, and then, sorry, I'm not sure what we're doing. So we changed 16, and then how did that affect 73? We're
No, we
keeping
can
it
keep
in?
the 73.
Okay, because that's talking about, 73 is for the next IRP too, is what we're all clear on?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I hope.
Got it. Dr. Lieb, were you okay with that, or I just?
Chair Sieben, I think our only question is the 560, is that based on the 2019 IRP modeling, or is it based on this IRP modeling?
Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, it's based on this IRP modeling. I was just stating it's consistent. It's the same requirement that we had in the last case, but it's consistent with this modeling.
Chair Sieben, I think the commission's okay with that. I think given the amount of load growth we're potentially looking at, the number probably should be higher than 560, but
sure,
we understand.
Well, now it's 580, so we're moving in the right direction.
580.
Yeah. Commissioner Tuma wants it to be 600.
I understand the idea about cleaning up the methodology moving forward, and hopefully we'll get a higher number next time.
Yeah.
And what if we said Xcel shall achieve an average annual level of at least 580 gigawatt hours of programmatic energy savings and shall consult with the department on additional savings or something? I don't know. I'm trying to get to your point, Dr. Lieb.
I think the department would be happy if you gave them a floor of 580 and gave the department the opportunity to push them above that. I think if you give them a floor, that's where they'll sit.
Okay, so we will put in Xcel shall achieve an average annual level of at least 580 gigawatt hours of programmatic energy savings, period. That's good.
I think it's good. I just, Madam Chair, wanted to say that there's nothing in the record that pushed the company to do more efficiency that I saw. So I feel a little bit like it's not on us that there's nothing here. The department did not put anything in the record that said they needed to do more, and the 580 was very clear. So if the department wants to push the company to do more efficiency, I would be so happy to see that. But right now, the record before us has this specific amount in, and this is really about just cleaning up the methodology, in my mind.
Right, and I think the place we'll do that is in our ECO program, not in the IRP.
Great.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. I do not want to add too much complication, but I just want to confirm with the Commissioner Sullivan. Your motion 60A also discuss about the energy saving. So your understanding that's additional to this 580.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, and then on the overall motion, who else wants to provide comments on it? Mr. Sutton, starting with you.
I think we would just say we support the motion and are excited about, all the new resources that are going to be built and are going to put a lot of our members to work over the next few years. So very exciting.
Mr. Dobson, did I already give you the chance to talk about it? Can't remember.
Yeah, he diverted us into that whole 700 thing.
But everything else is good, and you think consistent with the overall terms of the settlement. Like nothing in the overall motion is violating the overall spirit of the settlement, even though we kind of tinkered with it a bit.
Madam Chair, we're comfortable with everything that's been included in this.
Dr. Lieb.
Chair Sieben, Commission, we would like to just reiterate that we really appreciate the staff work on this and the parties coming together for the settlement. I think the only thing not included that we would like to see, and we feel the need to speak up because the federal government is no longer here to speak for the climate, is the inclusion of the carbon-free electricity voluntary program, which is decision option 45, which was requested by the Biden administration when it was still in existence.
Dr. Lieb, I'm with you on that, but like, who are you going to call to, how is it going to be set up now if they're not working on it anymore? I'm not being like smart, but I mean, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but it's also like, I like it too, but how is Xcel going to work on it if there's no one to work with at the federal government, to your point?
So, Chair Sieben, our understanding is that this is a program that would be appreciated by both Google and Microsoft as well, who are unfortunately not here today to support that, but I believe we heard from them a number of months ago at the planning meeting. It would basically be the next iteration of WindSource. So WindSource exists so that folks who want to have a larger share of clean electricity can buy a certain number of blocks of WindSource. This would be a very similar program, and there's already more demand for WindSource than Xcel has blocks available to sell. So it would be a very similar voluntary program, and I think if the tariff came to the Commission, you would see Google and Microsoft show up and advocate for it.
Commissioner Sullivan, do you want to fold it into your data center discussion?
I guess I hear what you're saying, Dr. Lee, but I didn't hear an answer to Chair Sieben. Like, who are you going to work with at the department? I mean, at GSA. I mean, I think I would agree with everything you said, but I just got note that the White House is going to now control the FERC. They have an executive order released today that they are in control of the FERC. Like, I don't know.
And WindSource, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just don't know, like, who's going to be catching the pitch that we throw.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, I think if Xcel proposes a voluntary carbon-free electricity program, they have a team internally that designs these types of programs, and they would present it to the Commission, and we would see if the large data centers or other sophisticated energy users show up in support of the tariff.
Oh, so what you're saying is that this would be totally independent of GSA, that it's not going to require them to be there, that this is just Xcel
will
would do
file.
this.
Yeah, it's just setting up the tariff program.
What if I'm trying to be helpful here to your points, Dr. Lieb. What if back to Commissioner Sullivan's alternative 60A, again, I'm not trying to mess with you, but like if this is the type of program or a tariff that could be established that's attractive to data centers, we could put language into your alternative 60A saying they should, Xcel should consider a voluntary carbon-free energy electricity procurement program. And then it would be, Xcel would have until June 15th to consider it and work with the department. And it might be a good way just to wrap in, again, I'm trying to say like, you'll consider it, Xcel, whether this could work in the spirit of the data center thing. And that might be a way to get what you're trying to say, and then you can talk to Xcel until June and try to figure it out. Dr. Lieb?
Chair Sieben, I think we would support that. The advantage of that also is that if these users want to pay premiums to have additional clean, firm resources put on the system, that could be built in to the rate design as well. So I think that would be an appropriate place to have that discussion.
And I think Xcel did agree that you would work on this in some way. So do you think that this is a elegant way to crack this nut, Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, I think the language you just said, I think makes sense. We can certainly have discussions with the department as we're crafting that data center proposal.
And you can consider it. Like,
we can consider it.
We're not saying, at least what I think, the best path is like you talk with the department and talk about it in your filing in June. I'm not saying you have to do it. I think like now there's enough uncertainty where you should pursue it, but you don't have to necessarily file it. Does that work?
I mean, Dr. Lieb, so as I'm noodling on this, I'm understanding it, obviously better, but how is this going to, we have a state carbon-free standard. So how is this going to advance that? We're actively marching down the path to being carbon-free by 2040, like in the data center docket, or in the data center docket that we are hopefully going to vote and do here soon. We're putting in there in the tariff, like, how are you achieving that with these technologies? So, like, how does this fit into that?
So, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, there's a live discussion in the implementation of the 0x40 about whether or not that should be on a 24/7 or annual basis, and the department's position is clearly that we should be doing this at a 24/7 level because that's the only thing that's going to incentivize clean firm versus an overbuild of intermittent renewables. However, independent of whether or not that standard does or does not get us to the future that the department envisions for the state, having this type of tariff allows that market to grow immediately. We have customers that have, Google and Microsoft have a stated demand for 24/7 clean electricity.
Okay. I hear you. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I got it. You convinced me. Okay. I'm good if we want to include that into that, or do it standalone.
Just do it give them until June to file it, I think.
Okay.
There's still some stuff to work out, and I think it's like cleaner just to keep it in this new docket then too, instead of like expecting it, talking about when Xcel would have to file it and all that then.
Okay. June 15th? Oh.
No, you already have June 15th. So I'm saying just the language would be,
15th.
the language Mr. Graham would add would say, Mr. Graham will incorporate 45 to say Xcel shall consider and consult with the department on proposing a voluntary carbon-free electricity procurement program, period. And then
just
it will fall under your motion of 60A, so it will already in the filing they're going to make on June 15th, it will discuss whether they're going to propose it in there or not.
Okay, I was thinking about it a little bit differently, but that totally works. And I think it's July 15th that I have in mind now, but yeah.
So are we trying to modify 45, or are we going to modify it and moving into under the 68? So
No, I think what I'm trying to do, which is not great, is right now is just, we're not including 45 in your motion at all. We're just putting the words that tells Xcel to consider establishing a carbon-free electricity program and discuss that with the department into the data center docket that is now going to be filed under 60A. Does that work, Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, I think it works in concept. I'm eagerly watching the language get put up, but I agree conceptually with what you're saying.
Just a new bullet, right?
Yeah. How about it should say Xcel shall consult with the department and consider filing a voluntary carbon-free electricity procurement program.
I believe we would take out in the
Period.
coming months.
Yeah. And the idea is that in the discussion of your data center stuff, I'm so tired I can barely talk. Sorry.
No, I just
I'm just trying to kick it to the data center thing. And I'm not saying that Xcel has to file it, but they have to work with you, Dr. Lieb, and figure out if it can work, and then we'll get it. And then you can tell them, right? Okay.
One other little tiny piece. I don't think it would be a bullet point. I think it would be a separate paragraph at the bottom.
Was that necessary?
Okay, and then where were we? Does anybody remember? Dr. Lieb, anything else on the overall motion now that we added that? You're really happy?
No, I have no more Easter eggs for today. Thank you.
Mr. Gleckner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The highlight list I reeled off in my opening statements is all in your motion, and it's very, very good progress. Thank you.
Ms. Hinderly, I know you weren't a party to the settlement, but if you want to add any other comments, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. We really appreciate the modifications to the stipulation and the additional ratepayer protections that the Commissioner has worked on, and particularly the inclusion of TUMA 31A, which I think provides Xcel with the information it needs as to how it's going to be evaluated, and now it knows what information to include in its filing. So thank you.
So now you support it?
We appreciate the modifications. Thank you.
Are you going to call it a settlement?
Mr. Pranis?
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. I've been trying to think of an extra thing I could ask for, since apparently but I can't think of anything. So anyway, it's an excellent settlement, and I feel great about it, and much better than I did 2 years ago. And I would only offer that it would be nice to have a discussion about procurement and bidding in a lower stakes context than the final agenda meeting decision making, like a planning meeting or something, because I think we have a lot of experience in that, and there's a lot to be said and learned probably about that. And so would love to continue that conversation in a safer space.
Fair point. Anybody else that is online or in the audience that wants to add anything else at this point? Otherwise, I don't see anyone jumping up or turning on their camera. Otherwise, then, Commissioner Hom, I appreciate you putting together the overall motion, and now would ask that commissioners provide comments. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I really do appreciate this settlement. I think it was actually very well thought out. So kudos to the settling parties and even to the OAG for pressing issues that I think were important. I did ask Mr. Rocco to come up and talk about the nukes, just the price. And I appreciate the fact that it's the words planning purpose were in there, and I think that's a critical part that got me on board as far as this settlement, because I think as I look at, and I've been on the commission 10 years, and 10 years ago, this is about the same place coal was where I think nuke is today, and that people didn't realize that they thought they needed coal, they needed it on the system, and the whole place was going to melt down if we didn't have it on the system. And it's good to see we're finally to that point where we say, no, we don't need it on the system. There is a way to work around it. I think in about 10 years, we're going to be seeing the fact that nukes are not going to be called into the market like they used to be. They're going to be blocking, I think, a significant amount of wind that wants to get on the system. That's not the problem now because load is increasing and we have congestion on the system. But I think once we start solving some of these congestions, when we get past the Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 and 2.1 and the JTIQ projects, assuming they survive what's going on, and we get some of the creative things that you've done by drawing the extension line down to Lyon County and bringing that in. So once those start to get onto the system, we're going to start getting pretty close to where we have several days of 100% penetration of renewables. And that's when we're going to have to start making an assessment of whether we continue these nuclear power plants. I know they're carbon free. I know that's a benefit. But where they're not a benefit is they are just a big block of power that's on there. And there's going to be a point where we're going to get to this place where we're going to say, you know what, I'd rather pay a farmer in western Minnesota for that energy than to have this big block of nuclear power that probably is going to be more expensive. And so I think, in about 10 years, we're going to have that conversation. It's good that we have them. We have a great team of folks. You guys raised up a great team of nuclear engineers and staff at those plants, and I think that's a positive thing that we have. And frankly, they should be running. They're safer when they are running, because we're not just storing waste out there and just having a security guard protect the waste. And so I think it's a good thing. Hopefully, we can figure out that in the next 10 years of where to put that waste. I think that's going to be a priority, and I think it's been a priority of this commission, and I don't think it's been lacking since you've chaired this commission, Commissioner Sieben, that we are really pushing at the national level to figure out a solution to the storage. We can't stop doing that. But I think it's really found a nice balance. And we recognize that we need those facilities now, but there's a realization, and I think it's coming probably faster than people realize, that they'll no longer be in the market. So just be aware of that there could be some changes. I'll be babbling in a nursing home telling somebody at my dinner table about this when it happens, but I think it's coming, and I support the motion.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I support the motion, and I do think that this is a really important docket. One of the most important dockets that I've had the honor to work on in my time on the commission. And I just look at the numbers, the thousands of megawatts of clean energy that this order will ultimately lead to. I applaud the work of the company and the department, the OAG, the clean energy organizations, labor, for everybody coming together. I really think it shows how we can get things done in Minnesota and be a model for the country. And it's really, I think we're tackling the big issues. I know we spent a lot of time on data centers, as we have been, but I'm glad that we're trying to do trying to deal with the big problems, through an orderly process. And I really deeply appreciate the work of everybody who gets involved in these dockets and does the hard work and puts their nose to the grindstone. So thank you to everybody, and I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. This was the most important docket I've ever worked on in my time at the commission, because it is the first docket I have ever worked on. But I also want to say that This was just a fantastic settlement. Thank you to staff for all of the great work you did in educating me on a very fast timeline and answering all of the questions I had. I want to say thank you to the department for convening the settlement and to all of the parties who participated in the settlement and in the docket. To be able to hear from such a diverse group and to get to vote on something that addresses the needs of labor, that addresses the needs of the Prairie Island Indian community, that includes low-income customers, specifically the most low-income customers in Xcel Energy's territory, that brings on this level of clean energy resources, including some really innovative and emerging technologies where we're pairing wind with storage, pairing solar with storage, the distributed capacity procurement project to really be strategic about placing these highly valuable distributed resources in ways that can benefit the grid and benefit all ratepayers. This was just such a wonderful docket to get to start with. And even though I think we're all very exhausted, I think we all will go home feeling like we made a great decision today. And thank you for the company for working with all of these parties to get to this great place. So I absolutely support the motion, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for helping to put so many great things into the record in the last couple days.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sivan. Thanks for all other commissioners supporting my motion. As I stated during the Xcel natural gas case, I think a settlement is great, and I really appreciate your effort. But also, I need to see some numbers. And on Tuesday, we had that discussion, and the department wasn't able to run the model to support this. I think, to me, that's very critical. Settlement is great, and I can go all the way as long as the department can verify overall, and hopefully CEO can do it in the resource plan. In their case, I think it'll make things faster because always there's an extra cost, and sometimes it's really very, very expensive if you delay things because there is a cost of inaction. Because if you delay things and potentially there is a financial cost accumulating over time, also that inaction is creating other negative component of it. So I think that's why I really appreciate this settlement. Settlement made things better in terms of speed, but I think we may need a little more quality control to make sure that we have a good records in overall. But I really appreciate everybody's effort to make it happen. And I also really appreciate Sean Stolps because he has to spend holiday to do this thing happen as of today. So, and also Isabel Ricker who show up late, but I think I helped him so we can go through this thing quicker. So I think if we make the decision quicker with a good record, it can save a lot of money for the ratepayers.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. And I also support the motion. Just to be brief, I think the overall settlement results in a reliable system for Xcel, which is foundational to the reason why the Commission conducts integrated resource planning. It allows the company to invest in clean resources that will help the company meet its statutory goals and also results in an affordable plan for the Commission to support. I mean, and I think that's, again, like a great benefit of doing IRPs. And so I'm excited about it, about the settlement, echo my colleagues in really thanking the company, the department, the clean energy organizations, and labor for coming together to to solve two big dockets as one. I think that was a risk, and I was really nervous about it, to be honest, when I heard it was happening. But I think we've seen throughout the proceeding that it is going to result in a more reliable and affordable system for Xcel and our customers. I also would like to echo the comments from others that we really appreciate Prairie Island's continued involvement in this docket and in the work that they do in front of the Commission and that we do with the Prairie Island Indian community. President Johnson was here earlier today, and we certainly appreciate that he was here and look forward to continued engagement on ways that the commission can be supportive of the tribe's interests as the, and I know it's been said, but as the community that is lives most closely to a nuclear power plant in the country. I echo Commissioner Tuma's sentiment that we are compelled to continue to listen to their concerns and reflect them both in our proceedings and in other forums. So with that, we'll call for a vote, and again, thank everyone and staff for their extensive work on this. So all in favor of Commissioner Ham's amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails 5-0. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Good work, guys. Good work.